All right, welcome everyone. Let's see, is there any sound? Let me know if the sound is good. All right, the sound is actually working. Great, I thought I was muted because I was, oh, look at that. I'm like, off my face is visible. Let's change that. That's better. Look at that, much better. There we go. Here I am. All right, so I thought I had some issue with my microphone because I wasn't here myself, but apparently there's some sound going through on YouTube. So let me know what the if the sound is good, everything, sound quality. What's up? Let me know. Good morning from sunny England. What? Good morning from. Is it sunny? I don't know. Like it's sunny over there, but then it's like not sunny over there, but it's sun here. It's a sunny. Yeah. It's sun. Definitely the sun. Okay. Stefan says 90% with the 5ers this morning. Account got stopped out even though the dashboard showed I still have $75 left on daily loss limit, and it was refreshed. Last trade was hours before. Okay, so now this is very important, guys. Now do not just look at the dashboard. Okay, what you have to do is you have to kind of like think logical here when you're trading, right? So you got to look at your MT5. Okay, look at the MT5 account and then look at what is my max loss on the day, and not just look at the dashboard, because of course there's going to be a slight delay from what's happening in MetaTrader and what shows up on the dashboard. But what's happening on MetaTrader, that's the numbers that you have to figure out. That's the numbers that you need to do the calculations based on. So if you have a certain threshold where, you know, if you go below that one, then you're going to hit your max daily loss limit, then that's what you're going to go after. The dashboard, sure, you can use it as a guidance, but of course it's not, you know, getting instantly updated. So this is not an issue with the 5ers. This is actually an issue with you're focusing on the wrong things. You should not be looking at your dashboard. Look at your MetaTrader 5, your MetaTrader account. That's the numbers that you have to do the calculations on, and then you got to figure this out. As a trader, you are responsible for your own trading and your account. You know, in trading, we don't have any bosses. We're our own boss. So you have to make a system and a structure for what works for you. You can't be dependent on, you know, third-party software or anyone else to help you with your trading and figure that out. You have to make a plan. So now you know you lost the account because you focused on the dashboard with a delay instead of looking at your actual MetaTrader. So next time, you focus on your MetaTrader. You know what I'm saying? Like, you keep doing the things that are working and stop doing the things that are not working, and now you know what's not working. So there's a lesson in there. I know it sucks, but there's a real lesson in there. All right. Okay, so what else? What do we have? Everything is good. Forex and derivative strategy. What's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Steven? Yeah. Steven. Stop, Steven. Sun in London. Good morning, Vinicius. Where are you from? Are you from Italy? Are you from Italy? Portugal? I don't know. Can't remember. All right, we got Henry Heverensings. Feeling drained today. Long day at work. How about you? What time is it over at your place, Henry? Let me know. What time is it? Yes, this is also a good comment right here. The equity might have hit the loss, but they closed a different P&L. So it's the daily loss limit is based on the equity, not the balance. All right, the equity, not the balance, which means that the equity can fluctuate quite a lot, and you know the dashboard is not going to be instantly updating that. So you guys focus on the things that matter. As a MetaTrader, that's your unrealized P&L, your numbers on that screen. That's the things that you're going to be focusing on. Okay, so what we got right here is gold. Yesterday we looked at gold and we said maybe we can go long and break and retest of this level right here. We got futures trading saying GBP USD question mark. Yes, I agree. Let me know if there's anything specific you want me to look at for GBP USD. Just writing GBP USD will not help me much, but if you say, could you please take a look at GBP USD from an intraday perspective, or maybe a long-term perspective, or you know, where do you think the best levels are for GBP? So the better questions you give me, the better answers I'm going to be able to give you guys. What's up, guys? Morning. Good morning to you as well. We have someone writing gold. I assume that you want me to look at gold, and that's exactly what we're going to be looking at this morning. We're going to start with gold, but first I want to make sure that you guys hit that like. We are at 16 likes right now. I'm not going to do anything until we hit that 25 likes. So I'm just going to sit here. Okay, I'm going to stand here. I'm just going to be staring straight into the camera, and I'm going to be quiet until we hit 20 likes. Oh, okay, 25 likes. That was quick. Thank you for not making it awkward. Thank you for not making that a weird, awkward staring contest. Where is Nora? That's right, where is Nora? Nora's not here. Probably sleeping. Yeah, Nora definitely feels like... Yeah, she definitely sleeps in. Like, yeah, she probably wakes up at like way late. That's just the feeling I have. You know, those Finns, they just, you know, they sleep all day. You know, they sleep. They go to the sauna, do a couple of, you know, do a little bit of ice bath late in the evening, and then Nora's here. Okay, Nora, forget everything that I said. You are here. Welcome, Nora. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Okay, so what are we looking at here from a... you woke up at 7 a.m. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's early. That's early for you, I bet. Is it? Is it early for you? I woke up at 7 a.m. as well, but I didn't leave bed until like an hour later. I was so tired this morning. I was up way late yesterday doing like accountant stuff, which is like so boring. I've been pushing that forward for such a long time. By the way, guys, I'm getting these reports about a massive earthquake outside the east coast of Russia. So I don't know how big this is, but it seems like there's starting to see some waves in California. There's warnings in Hawaii, warnings in Japan, and the waves hitting Russia this morning. So yeah. Really terrible stuff. Not sure how serious this is, but if there's anyone out there being affected by this, we're all hoping that it's going to be resolved and there's not going to be any major catastrophic issues based on this. Really horrible to see. Sucks. So for all of you who are in the part of this, like, make sure that you stay safe. Stay safe. We also have major news today, major news events today. We got, what do we have? Let's actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up financial news right away. Switch to, let's see if can I move these screens? Can I move them? How do I move them? I do move them like this. Perfect. Okay. So I'm first going to go to this one. And you're going to see it's a big face. Hello. Here I am. What's up, guys? Okay, so why did I do this? Well, I did this because I want to share my screen and I want to share the right screen. So, and I want to make it look good. Look at that. Now, back and you got financial news up here. So what do we have here? German GDP quarter-to-quarter flash, actual minus 0.1%, forecast 0.1%, previous 0.4% as expected. Nothing unexpectedly happened for that GDP numbers quarter-to-quarter coming out from Germany. We are, let's see, are we seeing any type of movement on the Euro 50? Not anything, nothing major on the Euro 50. Are we seeing anything on the German 40, the DAX? Not really anything major here as well. We got Euro USD still in the same type of consolidation area that we were in the last hours of yesterday, or actually all of yesterday. So no major movements on Euro USD here. What do we have for gold? Do we have anything happening for gold? I know we're launching financial news. I'm just looking through this quickly. Okay, so we have at 10, you can see here, we have German GDP year to year and German GDP quarter to quarter. The German GDP did actually come in, the year to year came in 0.1 point lower than expected, but seems like that was kind of like a muted market reaction to that. We also have the Eurozone GDP year to year and quarter to quarter at 11. So at 11, which is in under 15 minutes, about 10 minutes from now, we have that coming out. That's going to be a major news event, of course. And then, of course, we also have the at 14:15 my time, which is going to be 12:15 GMT. So the times that I'm giving you here is in GMT +2, and then you'll do the calculations, because if I'm going to do the calculation, this is just going to be a 5-hour long live stream of me trying to calculate the difference between the different time zones, and we don't want that. And then at 14:30 we have the US GDP quarter to quarter. That's going to be an interesting one, right? We're going to see maybe in the GDP number that are coming out today, we might start to see, or at least we can look at the numbers and see, are we seeing any signs of inflation? I mean, are we seeing any signs of effects from the tariffs? Is the tariffs potentially affecting the numbers in the GDP results? So that's going to be, of course, quite interesting. And then later at 15:45, we have the Bank of Canada rate decision. And later tonight, we got the Fed interest rate decision, the United States of America's interest rate decision, and of course the FOMC rate statement, the press conference after that as well at 8 in the evening, my time earlier today. Not earlier today, it's going to be later today. What am I saying? You can't have it earlier if it's in the evening today. That's stupid. Okay, now that I've tried to sound professional like one of those Bloomberg guys reading up the news, but I failed miserably, I'm just going to switch to what I know, and what I know is technical analysis. I'm going to be switching quickly to my screen right here. Where's the window? We got the window right here. That's gold. Let's switch back to my screen. We should have gold here. Nice. All right. Let's go. Let's see, who's the top fans here? Let's go in the comment section. Who's our top fans? We got Gabriel, someone. We got new people in the top spot. Got Henry. Gotta keep it up. Henry, Vinicius, Nora, you're definitely lagging behind. Yeah, I'm not calling myself stupid. I'm just saying that some of the things I do might be stupid. But I'm not stupid. It's just some of the things I say might be a little bit stupid, which it's all right, you know. It's what it is. Okay, so we look at gold right here, and what was I saying? Okay, so gold looks ready for a breakout, but is it breaking out? No, it's not breaking out. M River says hello. We got Forex and the Rifts ready, saying hello again. Hello, my friend. Hello again. Good morning. Mafia. Oh man, a Mafia guy is asking me for gold. I better be careful here. I don't want to be getting anyone knocking on my door telling him that you know, I gave you guys. I don't like, this is not financial advice. Okay, don't come knocking at my door if I give you, you know, a trade setup and you take it and lose money. That's not my problem. That's your problem. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm actually really bad at trading. I'm quite good at analysis though, but if you take my trades, you trade exactly like me, you're gonna lose money. Okay, so on the 1 hour candle is gonna be closing in 9 minutes for gold. Okay, 9 minutes for the 1 hour candle to close on gold. And I'm liking what I'm seeing right here. I'm going to go long on gold if we have a confirmed breakout here on the 1 hour, okay? Exactly like we talked about yesterday. Where you see also I have a low time frame long setup here. I'm just going to click that one. I'm going to click delete, and then we will forget about the fact that that one existed. And we're going to move on. That's right, we're going to move on. There's always a new opportunity in the market, and a new opportunity to forget about all the stop losses that we've had yesterday. Okay, 8 minutes till the close of that 1 hour candle. That looks like a solid breakout. Looking at the 15 minutes, starts pushing to the upside. I like what I'm seeing on the 15 minute here as well. I'm going to go into my account here, and I'm going to start building a position here on gold. Let me go into my algo account as well, see if I can find any interesting trades. Okay, no trades placed on give me a second. Okay, what am I talking about? Okay, the algo. Okay, so I gotta think, gotta focus. Okay, got no trades coming up on that one, so we're gonna open up the other account, the manager. I know you can't see what I'm talking about or what I'm watching or anything, but just be patient. I'm gonna get to it soon. Okay, gold. So we're going to be opening a position up on. We're going to be starting to open a position on gold here. We're just going to be waiting for confirmation. And the 5 minute looks good. Well, you know, the 5 minute kind of looks like the other times we had a breakout, but it does show like does look like we have a possible breakout coming up here. So yeah, yes, that's right, Maya. I am currently trading the 5ers evaluation accounts as well. I am. Chris says 1 hour order block 3337. What does that mean? 3337. What does that mean? You gotta be specific. All right, you gotta talk to me like you're talking to a child. Like, you can't just say one order block and then a number. You have to say like, hello, at this level you have an order block because of this and that, and you know, blah blah blah. Otherwise I will just be super confused. Do you want me to like, is this resistance? Not a good idea. Is it not a good idea to buy? Is it a good idea to buy? All I need is just an entry, stop loss, and TP. That's all I'm asking. Order block at price 3337. Yeah, but what does that mean? What does that mean? Does it mean that we can buy here? Like, you gotta help. You're a terrible financial advice, man. You should not be. I hope you're not a financial advisor. What does that mean? Order block at 3337. Yeah. And what's the signal? What do we do? Yes, and AK2 comes in with a great question. Can we buy gold now, sir? Yeah, I'm asking the right thing, man. I'm trying to get answers. I'm trying to get answers. Any entry now? Yeah. We're all waiting for you, Chris. We're all waiting for you, Chris. What's the meaning of this order block? What do you want me to do? Well, I don't care. I'm gonna be yesterday's giveaway link had linked to same Instagram account twice. Has that been fixed? Oh, okay. That's my bad. That's my bad. I have made a mistake right there, it seems. I will go in and I will change that right away. It's not going to be 2 Instagram accounts. It's going to be 1 Instagram account and 1 Twitter account. We got the 1 hour candle closing in 4 minutes. A lot of people are asking about the hoodie. A lot of people are asking me about this, and I'm happy to announce that it's not available. This is a one of a kind. It's the only one available in the world. You want to buy it? Contact me in private, but you better be sure that you got a lot of Bitcoin on you if you want to get this one. Okay, so it's not Instagram. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna change that for the giveaway link. And yes, we do run a giveaway. Giveaway should be in the. I'm gonna link it in the comments section very, very soon. Okay. Isn't it just ridiculous that he renamed Twitter to X? I can just, God. Twitter was such a good name. To tweet was like a verb, almost like to Google. And then it's like, oh, X. That's just X. We name it X. So what do you do now? Do you X? Do you send an X? You post an X? Like, it's probably the worst rebranding in the history of rebrands. Like, it's so crazy. It's like renaming Google to Y. Let's just buy Google and let's just rename it to Y. Okay, so I've uploaded the giveaway link. I'm gonna send it to you guys right now. It's the same link as yesterday, but I'm gonna send it to you guys anyway. Okay, get it right here. Any new Legos? Oscar says this. You know, I like this. These are the questions that we need to ask yourself. Any new Lego? And I'm happy to announce that yes, I have bought a couple of new Lego sets. A race car with a transport. Okay, so it's like a truck that is transporting the race car, and it's a really cool color scheme. It's like purple and blue. Very cool, very nice. 30% discount as well. I went to the store and I saw like a big basket of Legos. It said 30% discount. It's not every day you get discounts on Lego. So when I do get discounts on Lego, I buy a lot of Lego. Legos for giveaway. It's never gonna happen. We don't give away Legos. Okay, giveaway link. I'm adding into the comment section right now. And guys, please hit the like, you know. Hit the like. We also have the CEO, the big boss, Saul, the CEO of the 5ers, coming on later in the live stream. We're going to be doing some live scalping. You don't want to miss that one. You don't want to miss that session. It's going to be a really, really good session with Saul. Going to be joined by Victor as well. So it's going to be me, Victor, and Saul, I believe. Always a very, very good session. Unfortunately, you know, the views drop at the closer to the end of the live stream, which is unfortunate because that session is probably one of the most valuable sessions that we have in the whole week. That, like, if you want to watch someone like a professional trader in action explaining what he's doing and actually get some real knowledge out of your experience here at the trading room, Saul's session every other Wednesday at the last hour of the Wednesday live stream today is amazing session that you definitely need to see. Okay, the 1 hour candle is closing very shortly. We're going to take a massive breakout trade here. If I get stopped out, that's on you. No, it's not. It's on me. Okay, we're going to put in the stop loss. Go straight to meta trade. How much are we going to be risking on this one? Just give me a number. Just give me a number. Give me a number, guys. Yeah, you can still join the giveaway if you don't have an X account or an Instagram account, but you're gonna get less entries, so less chance of winning. Okay, we got a stop loss. Gonna put the TP up here. This is a humongous trade. How much should I be risking here? 1%. Okay, 1%. 0.5, 0.5, all in black. Yep. 2%. Future trade says 2%. That's too much, man. That's too much. Okay, we're gonna do 0.5%. We're gonna start building a position here with 0.5%. I feel good. I would like to risk like 5%. Yeah, that's right. I would like to just go in with 5% and just feel the rush. You know, feel that energy, the adrenaline, that rush of like, yeah, and then boom, stop out, lost the account. It's an emotional roller coaster trading. Gotta make sure that you don't get stuck in that rush of random rewards. That's a real thing, and it's the same with gambling. You know, people get addicted to gambling and destroy their life because they're addicted to random rewards. It could be the same thing in trading, right? You're taking weird trades and you're over trading because you're addicted to the adrenaline rush and the dopamine hit of getting those random rewards. Think about it. If you think that sounds like you gotta stop trading, man. You gotta stop trading. You gotta figure that out, and then only get back to trading when you figured out those issues, because that is a real problem. Go big or go home, says 10%. Well, I'm in with 0.5% risk. I feel very boring, but also very disciplined and emotionally mature. That might change over the course. That might change over the course of the live stream. Let's see. Okay, so that's the trade I'm currently in on gold. Looks absolutely terrible on the 50-minute. Looks absolutely somewhat interesting on the 1 hour. We got the 4-minute. Yeah, the 4-hour close as well. I like that. I think this looks like a decent breakout right here. We're not even at 100 likes. You got to push those likes up. Okay, we got the Euro GDP numbers is what I'm trying to say. Is coming out right now because we got the GDP numbers quarter to quarter came out higher than expected. Okay, that's interesting. We got the year to year came in higher than expected, and we also have the quarter to quarter coming in higher than expected. So year to year was 1.4, forecasted 1.2. Quarter to quarter came in 0.1, forecast at 0. So that's interesting. GDP in the Eurozone is actually growing more than expected, which is definitely interesting. Let's see what is happening with the stock market. The Euro 50 is not. We're not seeing any massive Well, it came out 3 minutes ago though, so we can definitely see if we get any volatility coming in here. Go to Euro USD. Is Euro USD being not seeing any major movements in the market based on that. So I guess it's not a big difference, right? But we're gonna we're gonna see what happens here. Okay. Good stuff. All right, guys, we got the giveaway link in the comment section. Make sure you go into the comment section and hit that like as well. I'm gonna see if I have the link in the description of the video as well. If not, I will of course add that right now. And I saw that I did not have the giveaway link in the description, so I'm gonna be adding that right now as well. The giveaway for today is because of the fact that we hit 80k subscribers on the YouTube channel, so we're going to be giving away some accounts tomorrow. Right, Void, good morning. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. I hope you're all having a fantastic morning, or an evening, or day, or night, or wherever you are. Maya says that the keyboard clicks are very loud. Is this you typing hard or your keyboard making a lot of noise? Let's see. I'm gonna be. Let's see. Let's write it. Okay, so now I'm typing hard, and I even did it in caps lock. And now let's try soft. Did you hear that last time? That last when I typed last time. But I like kind of smashing my keyboard when I'm typing. I'm like this old man typing with the index finger. Now is that the index finger? This is not the index finger, is it? That the pointy finger, the one you point with. It's not distracting. Yeah, it's me typing hard. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna stop because I love kind of like hitting the keyboard. It's a good keyboard, by the way. MX key, very good keyboard. Speaking of keyboards, let's look at gold. Okay, so down to the well, hello Magnus Persson. God förmiddag på dig också. Det är verkligen förmiddag nu. Ja, det är. Maya says, especially when you're excited or impatient, your keyboard makes a lot of noise. I'm always excited and impatient. That's kind of like who I am. Could you explain why you're looking for longs for gold? Yes, absolutely. I can do that. I can absolutely do that. So this is a long trade right here. I'm not looking for longs. I am long in gold, but I can show you why. So yesterday we did the analysis on gold, and basically what we said is, okay, are we bullish or bearish on the higher time frames? You know what? I'm gonna do a poll. And I'm gonna ask bullish. See what I did there? I actually muted my mic when I typed bullish or bearish on gold. You're going to go in the poll in the comment section on YouTube and answer the question, bullish or bearish on gold. Why do you do that? Also hit the like. Also hit that like. I do see that we got to get into a habit and into a routine of hitting that like. Yes, hello. Hello, welcome to the live stream. It is I, the CEO. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm not the CEO of the 5ers. I'm definitely not the CEO of the 5ers. The CEO is going to come in later. Going to come in later in the live stream. Okay, so yes, we will take a look at A density in a bit. Digital Factory says we are bullish And CO2 Gaming says hit like if you're bullish. I would like to say hit like whatever you are. I don't care. Bullish, bearish, just hit that like. Unless you're bearish on Bitcoin, then get out of here. Okay. 61% says bullish on gold. That's low. That is low. Come on, guys. You're 60% bullish on gold. How come? Okay, so that means 40% of you are bearish on. That's a very interesting question, and it's the question that I'm not gonna be reading out loud. That's for sure. You almost got me there. Right. Okay. So we got. Gonna pump up those likes, guys. Gonna pump up those likes. So now let me explain the overall bias here on gold right here. Okay, so how am I bullish on gold? Well, I'm bullish because what we see here, first of all, we can add, we're looking at the daily right here, and we can add, let's say, first of all, we look at the weekly, okay? So the weekly, I'm bullish, and you know, why am I bullish? Because I'm gonna make it very simple. You know, sometimes I feel like analysts, technical analysts, they make it a little bit more complicated. But why am I bullish on gold? Well, because of this, okay? That's why I'm bullish on gold on the higher time frames. What if it looked like this, though? Well, then I would be bearish, but it doesn't look like this. It looks like this. Therefore, I am bullish on gold. Should be quite simple. Why am I bullish? Because price goes up, okay? So I'm bullish on the higher time frames. And I also like the fact that the weekly 20 EMA here can act like the good support. We can look at the weekly 20 as invalidation. Okay, down to the daily. Now, what are we seeing on the daily right here? We get a nice low, higher low, higher low, higher low. But now, you know, we start to potentially enter some type of range here consolidation for gold. But it's also important to note that prior to all the major breakouts, we've had consolidation here, and now we got consolidation here. So does this mean that we are bearish in gold? No, absolutely not. But does it mean that we have to be a little bit more cautious? Maybe. Yeah, I would say a little bit more cautious, maybe. But would I short this? Absolutely not. Like we talked about yesterday, we looked at this level right here as a potential bearish retest. And given the fact that the daily was kinda in a range with bullish characteristics, right? And what I mean with bullish characteristics is that even though this low is lower than that one, it's still an overall bullish market on the weekly. We do have a sort of like this type of pattern right here. Uptrend, break it, uptrend, and now we're breaking it. But still, it's pushing higher. The overall structure, I would say, is still to the upside. So on the 4 hour, we hit that resistance right here, and we said, okay, so the fact that we're hitting resistance here on the 4 hour tells me that I'm not going to long this until we get above this level, okay? We're not going to long this until we reclaim this level. Now we had the 4 hour candle closing, we got a nice 1 hour candle closing above the level, and it looks like we potentially have reclaimed this level, or is starting to see the signs of reclaiming that level. And that is the reason why I decided to get in on this trade right here. What's my entry? My entry is so this is the 1 minute. Let me lower that to show you where my entry is. So my entry is actually right where price is right now. That's where we got price right now. And is the stop loss correct? Yeah, that's right. So this is the trade I'm in right now, a 4 hour trade. Timothy says, what I understand, if everyone is going one way, you do otherwise. The same thing happened on Monday during the free fall. You know, one very important thing to remember is that the public, or the general retail trading community, or let's say the public, they are wrong at the extremes, okay? They're usually wrong at the long-term bottom, and the long-term top. So the general public is usually wrong at the end of a bull market and the end of a bear market, but in between they are rarely wrong. So you want to make sure that you want to follow the herd in the public participation phase, and the public participation phase comes after accumulation. Okay, so let me show you what that means in on the chart. Okay, so you have. Okay, let's look at Bitcoin. Okay, I'm going to kind of cover what happened in 2017 for Bitcoin. So market goes up. We got the summer of 2017, and this is for all markets, right? The price goes up. It goes from like $5,000 to like $8,000, $9,000, $10,000. It's like, wow, the price has doubled. You have a accumulation phase right here. The price of Bitcoin has now doubled, and everyone's like, wow, this must be a massive bull market. And you got institutions saying that Bitcoin is the future. You got newspapers writing about Bitcoin being the future of finance. This is it, right? This is the future. This is what everyone is waiting for. This is where you make generational wealth, right? So everyone, you start buying, and you get this parabolic move, right? And then you hit that 20K region. I believe we topped out at 20K in 2017 or 18, and everyone's like, wow, this is going to go higher. This is going to go higher. Everyone's bullish. Everyone's piling in. This right here is the public participation phase, when you exit that accumulation. Now guess who's buying in here? Guess who's buying in the public participation phase? Now, if you go back to 2017, you'll be interested to hear that the people that said that Bitcoin is the future here said that Bitcoin is a scam. Bitcoin is only for criminals. It's only for money laundering. It's a scam. They said that here. Now we're trading up here, and they're like, Bitcoin is the future. Well, why do you think that is? Because they are releasing FUD into the market, because they're accumulating Bitcoin here. And then Bitcoin breaks out. This is the smart money. The smart money buys in accumulation. And then you break out of that accumulation zone, and the smart money, and now you have the public participation phase, and you eventually hit that distribution zone when the public participation phase, when the public says, okay, we're never gonna stop, we're never gonna reach the top, it's just gonna continue higher, and then the smart money in the bot here, they are selling here. Okay, that's the distribution phase, and then price goes down, and the public, they sell their position, or the smart money that bought down here is selling their position to the public. Price crash, everyone panics, and now they are selling because they're bearish, and then you repeat. You go into accumulation here, and the same pattern just repeats itself over and over again. So the public, they're wrong, the herd, they're wrong here, and they are almost wrong, always wrong here, but they are always, most of the time at least, they're right here, and they are right here. So you can't just say that just because everyone is long means that they're wrong. In an uptrend, everyone is long because that's the obvious thing to be. But you got to be careful when you start reaching a top and you start seeing accumulation, and you start seeing maybe a newspaper writing about it. You start seeing institution that previously said that it's a scam or it's bearish starting to say very bullish things, because that's the sign that the people that created FUD in accumulation to buy positions is not creating euphoria in distribution, because they need liquidity to sell. They need buyers to sell to. And then when there's no more buyers, what happens? When everyone has already bought, there's no more buyers, that's when the market crashes. It's quite simple dynamic, but so saying that everyone's bullish on gold, or if a lot of people are bullish on gold, then I have to be bearish, you're going to lose a lot of money thinking that way. Being a contrarian is not effective unless you're at the extremes. If you're in a contrarian in an obvious bull market, you're going to be a poor contrarian, that's for sure. All right, Anastasia, I saw you were waiting. You were waiting.
I was waiting until you finish your speech. I didn't want to just pop in between. I was like, okay, now he's done, and I can join the stream.
Yeah, great. How are you?
Yeah, good, good, good. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Well,
We've
are
been
you
looking
trading
at
today? Are you trading today before the FOMC?
yeah,
Really?
got a gold trade up open here.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I mean the FOMC is long, long until the FOMC. Got how long is it? Like 10 hours or so? Shouldn't
Yeah,
be a
yeah. But
problem.
do you think the price isn't going to be consolidating until that point? Also, there was a rollover of the futures contract for gold yesterday, so
Well, I don't really. Does that matter much in the in the volatility and price action for gold when there's a rollover?
it does. The day before, the day after, especially the day after. But
Right.
let's
Okay.
see. Let's see. Let's see.
Do you usually see any patterns?
Yeah, I usually don't trade it because the volatility that comes in is not necessarily from the fact that people are placing the orders in one of the directions, but because people are rolling over their contracts. For those who are holding over the time overnight, they close the positions on the old expiring contracts and then open the new ones on the new contract, which is right now relevant, right? So the front months, and this causes a volatility that is not actually the real volatility in our order flow, but because of the rolling over the contract. So the price might be consolidating, or it might be doing some highly volatile moves until it equalizes with CFDs. Because at the moment, when the futures contract rolls over to the new one, the chart it looks differently from the CFDs to the futures, and it's not
Right. Okay.
correlated like usually is. Hey guys, welcome. Hey digital factory, welcome. Well, good to see you. Hey Manish, good to see you. How are you all doing here with Jonathan? How are
We're
you?
doing great. Hopefully, I think they're doing great. Um, Gold, Al says gold bearish. Okay, so we got a poll up. I'm gonna close that one. It says 63% is bullish on gold, and I'd like to say that I think that's a pretty good estimate. I'm also quite bullish on gold, and I think we're gonna get a at least a local reversal here for gold. Art of Forex says 3326 is a best level for again buy the gold. Okay, 3326. Yeah, it's not a bad level, but I think I mean I think we're gonna break out here. Yeah, I do think we're gonna break out there.
Can you just confirm in the chat that you can hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
Jonathan,
I can hear you.
I think you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we lost you for a second. You were like
Right. Okay.
frozen.
Okay. I'm not sure what I was talking about.
You're talking about the poll on gold that you were.
Uh, yeah, and that's not helping me much. So, but I'm long gold here, and I think we're gonna get a breakout. I think we're gonna get a breakout here. So if you're looking for lower prices, like someone says 26 down here, I think yeah, I think we're gonna break out here. What do you think? What's your analysis on gold?
I don't have an analysis today on gold. I don't trade gold today.
Okay, okay,
Because of the rollover, I don't trade gold today. Because I analyze futures market, right? And when I trade futures market, right now we have a huge gap between the two contract sizes. So until it equalizes, I don't trade it for a few days. I was
right, okay.
yesterday. I was buying it yesterday. It was quite difficult because it was ranging a lot. I did manage to take some really good profits as well. But today, especially, is a rollover and FOMC and everything amount. I don't think we're gonna see much happening. To be quite honest with you, we are losing you, Mike. Can't hear you. Nope, absolutely not.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes,
Okay, I was muted, so that's why.
that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah. Well, are you trading anything today?
I'm looking pound, potential pound long continuations. So let me maybe share my screen. Where are we? Here. So what I'm looking for is a continuation to the upside for pound. This is a pound futures right now. Yesterday we've been trying to break outside of this level. This is at the weekly point of control, and developing point of control of the week also moved here at 33.59. The price was testing it several times here. 2 times we had a test, and right now we are finally moving up. I'm expecting the price to continue to the upside, preferably like the main target is this zone here, so the previous range, and the other target is right here, which is the previous weekly point of control at 34.02. So if I look at GBP USD, then it's pretty much similar. So that was a pound futures, right? So this is the zone. This is the whole zone I'm waiting for the reversal from. So from the level, let's say 33,955 until the level 34,320. This is, I think, how far the pound is very high, has a very high chance of going today. And then from here, I'm gonna see, like, I'm gonna probably close it, but maybe I'm gonna trade this reversal one more time, depending on the outcome of FOMC. I'm not expecting the rate to be cut. We don't really have any information about the rate cut. The inflation slightly slowed down, and everything is looking good, but I don't think the Federal Reserve is going to be making a decision yet to cut the rates. Again, it's a group decision. It's not only the Powell's decision. So even if they are pressing the Powell to cut the rates, I don't think we're going to see just this week yet. So let's see if the rate is going to be staying. The main attention is I'm expecting to be on the conference and not on the rate decision, because at the current moment, what we have. More than I think 90%, 95% probability that the rate, 97% probability the rate is going to stay the same. So most likely we're not gonna have a surprise in that. But depending on what is going to be said, basically if they say that they are still not ready to cut the rates, I'm expecting the US dollar to continue to go higher, which would bring GBP USD lower. Let's see.
Yeah, I think, we're probably not going to see. Like, of course, I haven't analyzed this much, but it does seem like it would be a weird decision to lower interest rates now that the tariffs are coming into effect, and they obviously want to make sure that the inflation doesn't shoot up too much with the tariffs, because obviously if the tariffs are going to be, if we're going to see the tariffs being inflationary, as we might see in the GDP numbers today. We did see some of it in the inflation data earlier this month, I believe. So to lower interest rates just because Trump is screaming about it, I think it's a terrible idea. So I don't think they're going to do that, but we'll see. I think when there's more clarity on what the effects of the tariffs are going to be, maybe they're going to start talking about that. But it's going to be very interesting, obviously, to hear what he has to say in the press conference.
Yeah.
I'm looking at GDP USD as well, and I feel like we have a
and we lost. No, we didn't.
No, I'm just thinking.
I swear you looked for a second like you were completely frozen.
Yeah, well,
The way you just hang there thinking was like he was talking and then like,
yeah, I just had to make sure that I'm choosing my words here. But I want to go over to GDP, USD, the pound. And this is what I have here on my chart. So what I see here is a breakdown on the daily, and it's quite a bearish development here on the daily. So I wouldn't really be ready to go long on the pound here unless we start to see clear reversal signals here. And if I change this to only be shown on the daily, let's see. If I add a level here on, let's say, that wick up to this one, feel like this is a possible a bearish retest of this level right here, and I feel like I would first want to see some type of structure forming, maybe something like this before I go long on this here.
Yeah. No, I'm expecting also the bearish continuation, but from this zone. I do think that we're gonna reach the zone first before like the 33,955, 34,300 before going short again.
Yeah. So your long is just a kind of like an intraday,
Yeah, it's purely intraday.
and you're looking at the volume profile as well,
Yeah.
which would be, let's see, would probably be this. I think you looked at this, right? Why is the bars like this? Okay, I gotta go in. I think I have
That's
to.
not what I looked at now. But basically, if you want to use VRVP, you need to adjust in settings in the first menu. You choose tick per row, and you
No,
choose
it's gonna be
tick per row higher.
okay. Higher tick per row here.
Yes, and then you place
Ah,
one.
but wasn't it like from this level up to this level?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And I would like to see perhaps coming up and hitting that level and then finding a support around that level before looking for longs. All right. Anything else you're looking at?
Honestly, not much today. Still waiting for the situation to be developed. Still was looking for the euro buys yesterday, and I closed it in a little bit of profit because it started ranging. Now, again, let me open the other chart of mine. I was looking at this buy to not lie to you exactly here yesterday. So I closed it in a little bit of profit because before the overnight layover right here, and that's it. So I didn't hold it longer because I don't usually hold the trades overnight, especially before the FOMC and so on. And also because if it would be in the trend, I would keep holding it. Hence, this was more against the trend. Now, if you look at the 4-hour time frame, the reason I'm looking for buys on euro is because we reached the point of control of this whole consolidation. So we reach this volume here. This is the point of control of this range, and this is the value area low. So this whole area is a strong support for the Euro USD right now. And one second here. So we reach this, and if you look at point of control of the week, it's going to be at the level 15,770. Okay, so this is the point of control of the week. So the price was trying to find the support here, and also at the 4-hour time frame, we look at that, we will see that we had completely no pullback since 18090 until 15570. So that's quite a long way without any pullback. Now that was the longest and one of the two only bullish candles 4-hour time frame along this whole move to the downside. This is not usually how euro moves. We do have some moves, but then eventually the small correction. Now this was no correction at all. So I'm expecting some kind of correction to the upside on euro as well. This is another reason I'm looking for longs, besides the fact that we did reach the point of control of this whole consolidation here, and now we are closing above the weekly point of control too. So I am looking for longs on euro as well. Either the buy by market, which could be a little bit more risky, or into this area and then longs until at least this point of control here, which is 16,305, 16,300 on euro futures. We did barely miss this level previously, so just yesterday this level, and then the price dropped down. I'm expecting the price to still reach 16,305, and then eventually the next target for me, if the price would keep going and break this level, would be 16,760. So those are my two targets for euro currently, and yeah, I'm also looking for longs together with the pound. But yeah, let's see. I'm still looking for the entry, to be honest with you, because we've been quite ranging, and I think that before FOMC we're not gonna see much movement. So I'm gonna have to make a decision either I'm buying in the range or I'm probably skipping this trade. Which for now I'm not in the trade yet. Okay,
That-
so the volume indicator on TradingView, Brixadin. I hope I'm reading this correctly. The one on the right is called the VRVP, which stands for the Visible Range Volume Profile. And the one that I'm using manually for manual placement is the one that is called Fixed Range Volume Profile, FRVP. So the FRVP is the free one. You can use it even in the free version of TradingView because it's a drawing tool. And the right side one, the visible range, via a visible range volume profile, I believe it's a paid indicator, which is built in on TradingView, but then you still need to have a paid version. Yeah.
Okay, so we got the next major news event is at 14:30. So that's gonna be 11, 12, 1. So in 3 hours we have the US GDP. That
Yeah.
might be interesting. My screen where I got the live stream up is kind of like turning on and off, so I might have to fix that.
What are your thoughts on algorithmic or bot trading for Bitcoin? Have you tested any strategies with automation? Jonathan, that's your call.
I think I have, but I haven't really found any. It was easier. It was easier like in 2018 or 19. That was, trading Bitcoin was quite easy back then, especially in 2017. You could just, yeah, especially altcoins, it was very easy to trade, but it's becoming increasingly more difficult. So for me, it's difficult to find anything that works on Bitcoin. So I would say no. I haven't really find any good strategies for Bitcoin, fortunately. But I'm also more focused on Forex because that's where that's where the money is. You can get a lot of funding and trade with prop firms. So it's, for me at least, it's better to focus on the Forex market instead of crypto, because the if you look at all the different prop firms out there, the spreads on crypto is not as good as Forex, and there's not, the conditions are just not as good as on crypto as on Forex. So I'm trying to stay where the money is, basically.
Makes sense. Have a look at gold. Gold is selling. People are panicking in the comments. Let's have a look at gold. Where is it selling exactly? On 1 minute time frame?
Yeah, it had the initial breakout there, but now it's kind of retracing a bit. But I like what it looks like. If we can establish a low time frame support here where we are currently right now, I do see it as showing a slightly different structure than the previous times we had a fake out. So hopefully we'll get. I think we're gonna get a breakout here. That's at least what I'm thinking. But I'm in with 0.5% risk, and I will increase that to 1% risk if we do get a breakout.
Yeah. I'm honestly looking also for the continuation to the upside currently from this moment. I'm not gonna take this trade though, but I see what you see. Like it's for me, if I see it from my perspective, it's testing now the point of control of the week. It's also texting the daily point of control currently. So although it's quite ranging, I do see the possibility of it finding the support right here now.
Yeah.
So normally,
Alright, guys.
as a trader, you would be looking at something like this, and then basically like this. But
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. Got that uptrend into that resistance, and I feel like we're about to reclaim that resistance as support, and then you got the overall bullish structure for gold. So I do like what I'm seeing here, but of course with the news coming out today, obviously a lot of things can happen, and we've also seen that days when you have like FOMC or NFP, the markets are you know being a bit more slow. Because
yeah,
they're waiting for the decision. Take a look at. Let's say I'm going to switch to my screen here. Look at Euro USD. We have for Euro USD. So I had a long position open on Euro USD. I think it was this one perhaps. Yes, this one I closed at entry when we broke below that level. So what I'm seeing now on Euro USD is possibly we are seeing distribution. Because you got to remember, Euro USD has been, we broke out here. So we broke above that level. That was almost 10% ago. And about 150 days. So it's a long time, right? For such a massive move on Euro USD. And we could perhaps expect some type of pullback here, and we are starting to see the signs of what we saw here. So we have this uptrend here, and then we have sort of equal highs and then almost like a range starting to form here, and we break down. We got this downtrend, and then we enter an accumulation phase here again, and we break out. And if you guys remember, I was talking a lot about how I wanted to buy that breakout to trade it up to, I think it was this level. And I missed that breakout, obviously, because we never had that break and retest, which unfortunately I should have just entered on that breakout. But it could have, my rule says get in on the break and retest and not use the breakout. But now we had a clear uptrend here. And we're now starting to see a lower high. We had the potential of forming a lower high here as well, but then that low was it's just a temporary dip, and then we moved higher. The difference here is that the lower high here is very clear, and then we broke below that low. So now what I'm seeing on Euro USD is a potential range forming here, and that means it might be a distribution range. So you got accumulation, uptrend, and then possible distribution right here. So I'm no longer interested in being long on Euro USD. I think we might have hit at least maybe just a temporary high, but a temporary top in this uptrend right here. So for Euro USD, I would say I'm neutral. I'm neither bearish or bullish, because I'm now starting to see signs of a break of structure or distribution up here.
makes sense. What about your thoughts on USD/JPY?
Sorry, what?
What are your thoughts on USD/JPY?
USD JPY. Let's take a look. So this was the trade I talked about last week, I believe. Was that last week? Yes, that was on the Thursday live stream. We talked about this trade right here and how I'm still in the swing trade, more of a long-term trade here on USD JPY, which is this one right here. And I've now moved my stops. So I had my stop on. No, actually, I've had my stops all the time, but I'm here. Obviously got lucky that it did not get stopped out here, but now you see that because it created a swing point here, moved higher, established support on that area, and it's now trading higher. So if this is a lower high, then probably price is going to go down and hit that stop. But I like what I'm seeing here from. I like the fact that, you know, we hit resistance here, and when we did, we had a strong move to the downside, and then we hit this level once again with a strong move to the downside. But here we're hitting the resistance, and we have a smaller move to the downside, and we're establishing support and not pushing higher. So from a technical perspective, I would say that I'm bullish on USD JPY, and this trade here could probably work out. So yeah, I would say I'm bullish on USD JPY. But then if you look at the 1 hour and you look at this trend, we might see something, you know, a breakup structure here, because we broke, yeah, 1 higher low, 2 higher low, then we broke this structure right here. And that might be at least a local bearish development. So we'll see. I'm overall bullish on USD JPY, but it looks like we might have a you know, local pullback. What's your view on USD JPY?
So yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. My view currently on the USD JPY is that we are most likely going to still consolidate here, like in intraday view, right? Normally, I was waiting for this move here. We talked about this already on the 24th of July. Was talking about this on the last stream, I believe, when the price was breaking above it, this move here, and the continuation until 148.748. So that is recorded on the previous live streams, so that we covered that. And I'm waiting for the price to reach the level 147.790 still. So I think as today's consolidation unfolds, we're going to still hit this level, which from the current level is approximately another 22 pips lower. But afterwards, I'm actually expecting the potential reversal, maybe. So this zone or this zone here, I'm expecting the price to reach and then still to go higher from here. Because overall, I'm waiting for USD JPY to go and break these highs and reach these highs here, this zone. If we look at the 6J, the reason I'm looking for this, if we look at the 6J, which is the inverted chart, right, the Japanese yen futures, we see that the price is at the same lows here, which is also monthly point of control of February 2025. But I'm waiting for it to reach the volumes from here, from this area, which is from 66,415, 66,090. So I'm waiting for the price to go here and break the low finally from the daily. Because if we look also at the 4-hour time frame, we see that although the price reached the previous lows and we tested it before, it looks like it's been struggling to go higher than this. So we tried going up and then failed again and then hanged here around. Now we are trying to go higher, but I'm honestly not really convinced that that 6J is ready to go up. So I'm expecting 6J to continue to go down, which would be an inverted chart for the USD JPY. So for USD JPY, I'm expecting still the bullish continuation, actually, together with basically your swing ID. So towards this area here.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's the same levels I'm looking at.
Yeah. I'm still waiting a little bit lower movement potentially, and then again the reversal.
All right, man. Doing these 2-hour live stream, it's long. 2 hours are long. I mean, it's not we're long. We're live for like 5.5 hours. We should definitely put in like a break in the middle, like do 1 hour, then we take a little break. I'm just thinking out loud. That's nothing to do with the live stream. Like nothing to do with this. Okay. Okay, gold. Everyone's just asking for gold. So I'm just gonna quickly switch over to for those of you joining and those of you who are just coming into the live stream. Let's get rid of the one who is spamming. Put in timeout. Let's give him a 10-minute timeout. That's good. Okay, so gold. Let me switch over to my screen. Okay, so we're looking at gold here. That we have. Look at 5 minutes. So this is what I wanted to see. That level holding as support. But I don't want price to go below this level. Okay, I don't want price to go below this level. I want price to continue higher and break that high. If we break that high, I'm going to be adding an alert here, and I will be adding to the position. Because this is exactly what you want to do if you want to see if you're looking for a breakout. So you can see the first time you hit that resistance, you went straight down, never recovered, never hit that level again. We have a rejection here, straight down, rejection, straight down, and then a rejection without holding support, and same thing happened here, and then use testing. But here we have something different. We have rejection, not a big move, and then above again, holding as support, breaking out again, and holding as support. So now we have more price action above this level than we ever had since starting to hit the level, and we also have an underlying bullish characteristics here. Now, if we add some indicators to this, we might look at, for example, we could look at the RSI on the 1 hour. There's no sign of in bearish divergences. We are far away from the overbought territory right here. We can look at the OBV, but I know that of course the OBV is not 100% correct because it's not on the futures. Let's look at the lower time frames here. I do find that even though it's in the forex market and this is decentralized and it's not coming from a centralized exchange and it's only take volume, a lot of times it's actually quite accurate a lot of times. But then of course you have to kind of confirm it with the futures market to make sure that it actually is. So this is something that I'm not liking on this breakout. You can look at the 15 minute here. We can even go all the way down to the probably even the 1 minute. Look at the trend of volume. So this is not what you want to be seeing on a breakout, because what you see right here is declining volume. So the volume here is not confirming price, because you do have a declining volume while price is moving higher. So price is not, volume is not confirming price. What I do like though is the fact that you have the OBV kind of breaking out. So you can do technical analysis on the OBV. So you can add a resistance right here, and you see that the OBV is breaking out to the upside. If you go to the 1 hour, so the 1 hour OBV is still within the structure. Let's look at the 15 minute, still within the structure. And the 5 minutes starts to kind of break out. So actually volume is not confirming price here. What you want to see is something like this, where you have the volume spikes going up and then continuing higher. And then if you would have this being higher than that one with price breaking out, then that would, volume would confirm price. But of course, if you don't have a system around this, if you haven't, looked at all these indicators and looked at the statistics of how often do you actually have a breakout when things are confirming, if you don't have that, then it's completely useless looking at all of these different indicators. But it's still interesting to look at from a analytical, like a technical analysis point of view. But looking at price action, it does feel like it is ready to break out here. But the fact that volume is not confirming, obviously that's adding a little bit to against this trade idea, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not really convinced about gold until FOMC. I don't think we're gonna see anything much happening.
You think it's going to be ranging here?
I think it's gonna be just ranging, to be honest with you. And even if the way I'm thinking about this is that even if I'm gonna take this trade, it's gonna start ranging, and it's gonna take so much of my energy and focus to, since I trade intraday mainly, right? It's gonna take so much in my focus and energy to keep up with this trade, going up and down, watching if the narrative doesn't shift, that I'm most likely gonna miss the good trade on the other asset while I'm stuck in this one. So I prefer to not take this kind of trades when the price is ranging heavily like this and the market is super choppy, because I know that I'm sacrificing the other good potential idea that I could take the position on behalf of the one that is going to completely take my whole patience and energy out of me today. So that's a reason
Yeah,
I'm not going to be taking gold trade, you know?
yeah, it's a smart decision for sure. Okay, we have another one asking for USD JPY. We just looked at USD JPY, but let's take a quick look at it once again. I'm gonna start with a clean chart here to make sure that. So I'm gonna remove this again. Because on a weekly perspective, and I've said this for many months now, the cyclical nature of USD JPY shows that we are, we're far away from the bottom. Like the best entry, of course, would be within this area. So right now, I believe on the higher time frames we are somewhere below the long-term bottom and the long-term top. So from a long-term perspective, I think there's no good entries on USD JPY, and we might not, from as a long-term swing trader, we might not get a good entry on USD JPY until a couple of months from now. The good entries were down here, and the good sells are most likely going to be up around the 155 or 157, start scaling in up here. But from an intraday perspective, it might be a bit different. So looking at the daily, obviously we're at local resistance. I feel like the best opportunity to buy would definitely have been this that bullish engulfing candle right here. That bullish engulfing candle, the daily hit support, forms a good bullish candle. That would have been a really, really good entry for a more of a mid-term swing trade. So let's look at the intraday. Now on the intraday, I'd say on the daily, on the 1 hour, I'm slightly bearish. But then because of the fact that the way the higher time frames looks, it would be very bad idea for me to short this, because I would basically be shorting against a high time frame idea that I've been looking at for months. But this looks like a level that, if broken, price could very well come back and test this range here, or this support. So what I'm looking at here is, if we move lower below this level, maybe even have a bearish retest and continuation, I will be looking at the 146 level. But now, because of the fact that I want short this, because we're in such a high time frame bullish structure, I believe I would be more interested in perhaps buying this level and again selling this level if we were to enter some sort of range here. Good 15 minutes. Yeah, we got so this is a 5 minute, and we got a very clear range here, and any break in either direction could be a sign of that next directional move. So to the upside, break this level, perhaps look at a trade up to this level, and then, again, break the range lows and perhaps go down to that level down around 146. So right now, no trade on USD JPY, but I do feel like there's a probability of moving lower. But the thing is, when you find a short setup, in a high time frame uptrend, I feel like it's very difficult to know when to take profits, because any of these low time frame levels might be the support. So it could be here, could be here, could be this one, could be
Yeah.
here, could even be here. So any of these levels could be the support, which is makes it a little bit difficult. Let's go back to gold, because I think we're moving higher on gold. Okay, so this is exactly what we want to see now on gold. So I got that alert going off on gold. So I'm going to be doubling this position on gold. So that's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay, so I'm now in on gold with about 1% risk. Now we got the 1 hour candle closing in 1 minute as well. So we had the first 1 minute candle closing above that resistance. This could be the next 1 hour candle closing above that level as well. That would be a really good sign for this breakout. But I'm not waiting for that, because I just wanted to see price being able to use this level as support and then move back above this level. So to me, that's a sign of strength. We got a nice break and retest of the 15 minute. We have not had a break and retest of this level since.
And we lost him again. Did we? Yes, we did. A camera and a microphone. You're back? You're still muted.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know why that keeps happening. I gotta look into that. I gotta try to fix that. David has a good question here. How do you personally combine the time frame? So what is higher time frame? What is low time frame? Which one do you use, and how do you use each one? Okay, so we can make a list here, and we can categorize them. First of all, I just want to look at the 1 hour candle for gold. Yeah, that's not a great candle. Yeah, okay, so let's see. I'm gonna be just making a little list here. So the higher time frame, we can just do this. High time frame would be monthly. We can do high time frame would be weekly to monthly, and this is the way I'm looking at it. And then medium time frame would be basically daily. Yeah, that would be daily. So the mid time frame is daily, and then everything below. No, actually, mid time frame would be 4 hour to daily, and then low time frame would be everything below 4 hours. So that would be 1 hour and lower. So it could be 1 minute, 5 minute, 50 minute, or 1 hour, and the 1 hour kind of goes into the medium time frame as well. So the lower time frames would be like 1 minute, 5 minutes, 50 minutes, while the 1 hour could be low time frame and medium time frame, and the daily could also be like part of the higher time frames as well. But for me, if I try to make it very simple, the higher time frames would be the weekly, mid time frame would be the 4 hour, and low time frame would be the 1 hour. So everything between 4 hour and higher would be like higher time frames. Anything between like the 1 hour, 4 hour, mid time frame, and anything below the 1 hour is low time frame. Hopefully that makes sense. And the way I combine it, or the way I kind of do the analysis based on the different time frames, is I'm just looking at all the time frames and trying to get an idea of what the overall structure is in the markets. But of course, if I'm looking at a long-term swing trade, I don't really care what the 1 minute is saying, or I don't really care what the 1 hour is saying. I'm mostly focused on the daily in that case.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting question, because you see, for your personal like for the way you do analysis, for the way you trade, there are high time frames, mid time frames, low time frames, completely different than for me. For example, for me, the high time frames that I use over the weekend are the weekly, daily, and 4 hours. And then the lower time and the mid time frame is 30 minutes, and the lower time frame is 5 minute time frame. So I use a combination of completely different time frames. So I think the answer to this question is depending on the style of trading that you prefer, that suits your personality, and the trading system that you use. Because for different people, the definition of higher time frames and lower time frames are going to be different. See, for you, the lower time frame is 1 hour, whereas for me, it's 5 minutes, and 1 hour is my mid time frame together with 30 minute time frame. So.
Yeah, and it's also important to remember that I'm doing like general technical analysis. I'm not like if I would be just following a specific trading system, it would be quite. I think my mouse stopped working. I can't find it. I got so many screens. I don't know where it is. Oh, it's behind me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I find it. It was behind the screen behind me. Okay, so if I would be trading just a very simple, if I would be trading a specific system, so what I'm doing in these live streams is more, general technical analysis, right? And that means I'm going to be looking at, because I enjoy doing technical analysis and I enjoy getting a feel for the market and building like long-term swing ideas based on a story that I almost like painting a picture with different time frames, But if I would be trading, let's say, a specific system, I would just be putting on indicator that I usually put on, and then adjust it to whatever settings I want for the indicator. Let's look at this, and then so I got my indicator here that is with all the signals, right? And I have alerts set up, so you can see right here in the alert panel, I get so here, for example, I got RSS links on short. I click that alert. I look at EUR USD on the 1 hour, and it should give me a signal. Now I don't have the same settings, but then if this is a good signal for a short, it takes a while to load, then I'm going to take the trade. So here you have a short signal on EUR USD. Then if I like that, I'm going to take a trade. And I'm not even looking at TradingView for this. I'm getting all the alerts sent to me in on my phone. So I can just look at the screen on my phone and then decide to take a trade or not. So there's not really a lot of analysis in this. It's very quick, right? But and in that case, I'm only really looking at the 4 hour and the daily. So there's two time frames: the 4 hour and the daily. The daily to get the overall idea of where the higher time frames are going, and then the 4 hour to get the signals and to execute the trades. But for a more general view of the market, I need to look at the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour, the 1 hour, and then the lower time frames for execution. So it depends on, are you trading a specific system? And then obviously that system will be based on certain statistics for different time frames. I mean, some people have a system that they only look at the 1 minute. And then of course that's the only thing they're going to be looking at. But for me, doing this general technical analysis, I feel like I need to look at more indicators. So I just had an alert go off on Euro GBP. Yeah, because we got a breakdown on Euro GBP right here. This looks like a break below distribution. We broke below that low right here. Because we got that alert, let me just go to GBP USD as well. GBP USD had that low time frame breakout, so that trade you looked at on GBP USD might actually turn out to be a good one here. Let's look at Euro GBP. Look at the news as well. Do we have anything on? No. Okay, so looking at Euro GBP here. Let's look at the weekly. Okay, so we're testing a high time frame resistance area here on Euro GBP. I believe that the the bullish move has already happened on Euro GBP. You can see right here that we have multiple weekly bullish candles, a fairly strong move to the upside. Looking at the daily, we're breaking that last low on the daily. And I think what we're seeing here on Euro GBP might be the start of a move lower. I view this as accumulation range, and I view this as a distribution range. And from what I've seen, when you have a distribution range forming in an overall bullish market, and I do believe Euro GBP is in an overall bullish structure because of like this overall structure that we're seeing right here. I'm going to remove these lines, and I'm going to be removing that reload zone. When the market is in an overall bullish market structure, when you have a distribution range forming here and prices breaking down, what I've seen is a lot of times it likes to go down and test the 0.618 of the overall bull market, or the bullish trend that it was in previously. So that's going to be the 0.618 right here. And a lot of times we see that in an overall high time frame bullish market, this type of accumulation range will start forming somewhere within this area. So you get kind of like a move to the upside, hit resistance down inside the reload zone, and then it breaks out to the upside again, and then back down into the reload zone, and you kind of form this overall bullish trend within those big trends. You have these accumulation and distribution range. So now we get a lot of news coming up today. So trading this is risky, but I do feel like there's definitely an interesting trade here. But I'm gonna wait.
Have the comment about the Japanese yen, by the way, because there was an earthquake, 8 points earthquake, and the Tokyo stopped operations.
Oh, okay, so they stopped. They closed down the stock market, did they?
Yes, so you need to watch out with your long-term position.
Yeah, I did see that. There's we got that earthquake and possible tsunami warnings in Hawaii. We got in the
Canada,
east coast of
US,
Russia.
yeah.
So has it? So has it hit the coast of Japan?
I don't think it did yet. Did it? The tsunami, no. But someone said in the comments, I'm checking it now. Someone said in the comments that they stop operations.
Interesting. So I think let's just hope everyone is safe, and if you are in those areas, of course, get to high grounds and stay safe. You're probably not watching this though if you're in those areas, because you probably have more important things to do, like getting yourself to safety. But yeah, for Euro GBP, I think the best course of action here is to wait for the daily candle to close. So that's going to be after all the news events throughout the day, and then we're going to get that daily candle to close.
Yeah.
And that might be a better signal. Yeah. Okay. What else are we looking at?
Good question. FOMC. And the reason I also don't want to trade gold is actually silver. I usually look at the correlation between silver and gold. And have you looked at silver today?
Silver. Let's take a look at silver.
Let me pull up my screen.
Yeah.
So usually I look at the correlation between gold and silver, and at least if they have the same bias, they don't have to be at the exact same point for me, but the same bias, so either long or short, that's an extra confirmation for me to take a trade on one of them. Majority of the times it's gold, sometimes it's silver if the gold is in the worst position. Now, currently, silver has been ranging. And since yesterday, since the last drop that we had, since actually last week already, the silver didn't move anywhere. I am assuming that we are going to see the move to the upside still from the point of control of the week. However, the thing that I don't like is that we equalized, we had the higher high. So this looks for me like a fake out from this high. We took the liquidity, the price moved down, and if the price would want to reject from the monthly point of control at 38,315 and the point of control of the second week of July at the 38,104.105, we would already have done this. The price would already go up. But the fact that it's consolidating at this area, for me, looks like an accumulation of volume before the continuation lower. So it looks like sellers are accumulating the position to break this level. So I am actually more bearish on silver than anything else. So I'm looking for the continuation towards the previous volume area here, which was accumulated throughout the month of June. Here, so I'm looking for the test of this and then to buy silver back from this area. If silver is gonna go down, we're gonna see this move for on silver. It's only possible if gold is gonna decline as well. It doesn't have to decline that much as silver would possibly do, but it is a very high chance of, for me personally, of the price going lower. So that's another reason I'm not really particularly big fan of trading gold today, because I think silver is consolidating either until FOMC today or until non-farm Friday. And evaluating the reaction between the FOMC and the non-farm, I'd say it's most likely going to be FOMC and not non-farm. So I'm expecting some reaction today. But also the rest of the metals also not really particularly looking too good for me, to be honest.
I don't know. I think silver. I think silver looks quite strong actually. I think and I don't look very strong. I look very blurry. That's weird. How do I? Can I remove that? Can I do this? No, still blurry. All right, whatever. Well, I think silver looks really strong.
Really?
Really strong.
Support, you mean?
Yeah, no, I think overall. Let me show you my screen here. So for silver here is so if we go to the weekly. Let's see, let me just adjust this zone. Okay, so that's the level here, and so silver broke out, and on the weekly it looks like we're kind of facing resistance here, but then if you go to the daily, we actually have a higher high here, and not only do we have a higher high, we're right inside this reload zone right here, which I really like. And then if we can go into the 4-hour, we get out of this accumulation zone right here, and we perhaps maybe close the 4-hour candle up here. I think we look good. I think it looks good, as long as we stay above the like 37.6, which is this level, and I would be fairly bullish on silver.
Really?
I think it looks good. Yeah. Okay, so so you're not bullish on this.
No, I'm not bullish on that.
Okay, would you be bullish on this?
No.
No. Okay, so you're bearish on this as well.
Yeah.
And you're bearish on this.
Wait a second. You are breaking my head.
Okay, so
look, I know what you're talking about. Look, if I look at the 2-hour time frame, right?
Yeah.
The 2-hour time frame, it depends on how bearish or how bullish are you asking about. Because I'm expecting the price to still of silver, normal chart, not inverted chart, to still go down until the previous accumulation zone. For me, from the price action currently, it looks like we're gonna still go down. But you are looking at what is this? This is a daily time frame. So your basically blue zone, I'm expecting the price to go at least to the bottom of this blue zone still.
Okay.
And mostly to the accumulation zone, so the consolidation zone that you have right there.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so if price goes down here, I'd probably consider being bearish. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay,
So it's
that
it's
makes
you know
sense.
it's again depending from which perspective are you talking about. How far are you expecting the price to go? Because this consolidation currently doesn't look for me like it wants to hold. This for me looks like they're accumulating volume to break it. Again, it's a 50-50 chances always when the price ranges. But just or you are also looking at, I believe, the CFDs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at the futures, that basically that consolidation that we have here is a little lower and it's almost equal to the previous lows. So from my what I've seen with all silver, oil, and gold is that if we are on the equal low, and instead of rejecting immediately, the price starts consolidating. Majority of the times, rather than not, it's because they're trying to break this level instead of rejecting it. Because if there would be enough orders and the interest to reject from this level, it would usually do it immediately, or at least some kind of strong reaction immediately. Whether it's here, it's completely dead at the same equal lows. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's a way I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm still bullish though.
Omar is asking, yeah, because we talked about it on our other call, that silver is bullish long term, and I think long term, I think silver is bullish. So after
Yeah.
the price reaches this range, which is not on your blue zone but below, like this huge range on the left side, uh, that's something else. That's a different chart. Okay, the other range, lower range. I can't hear you if your mic is muted.
Oh man, I suck at this. I thought you shared your screen. Sorry.
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay.
The
So we're
lower
looking at
range
mine.
on the left side that you have.
Okay.
No,
This.
the other one, the big one. No, lower. Yeah,
This.
this one. Yeah. If the price goes to this big range, I'm expecting the reversal from this range, and I'm still long-term bullish on silver. Because we talked about that silver is, from in my personal opinion, percentage-wise, and the how silver is being actually used compared to gold, silver has a bigger potential of gains over a longer period of time than gold. I'm still expecting the all-time highs from gold this year, in fact, but I think the percentage is more interesting on silver of the potential gain. So long term, yes, which doesn't mean I have to be bullish on it immediately today. That's something else.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So
I
that's
think. Oh, yeah.
good to see you here, by the way. Thank you for joining the stream.
Right. Okay. So you're saying long term, silver has more potential for higher gains than gold.
Well, from my research, silver is actually being used as a metal in the production as well, compared
Yeah.
to gold, which is more of a hedging or a safe asset, you know, or trading asset.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think looking at the previous breakout here that we've had now. I mean, the fact that we're trading above levels not seen since 2011, it tells us a lot about silver. And then you look at the overall structure of this chart right here. This is obviously very, very, very interesting, and gets me very excited about the potential future for silver here.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I think we
Someone
could.
was here. Brato. I'm gonna share my screens. One second.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the indicator that I have on the right side, we actually talked about it, but I'm quickly gonna go over it, is VRVP. I think that's one of the top questions I get every single week. I swear this question I get at least once every week at the minimum. But it's called the visible range volume profile. It's a paid indicator on TradingView. It's a built-in. If you have a paid version, you can use it. And the correct settings for the futures are the tick per row, number one row size, and then you can adjust the style however you want. But that's this. Both silver and gold are good assets to hold, but gold yield more returns. For now, yes, it does yield more returns, but I'm looking at the potential. I'm evaluating it for the future, not from the past perspectives, right? From the past, yes, of course, but does it mean that it's going to continue to go? The same as, for example, if I'm looking at the potential gains of Bitcoin versus Ethereum, I'm going to be more invested in Ethereum than in Bitcoin, just mathematically, because the percentage that it can grow mathematically higher is higher than the Bitcoin. But that's my personal opinion. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be the only option. But that's the same way I'm thinking and analyzing silver versus gold long-term investment.
All right.
If you look at it, if you look at it also from, for example, the copper, we can also talk about copper, which is used for the semiconductors. Copper also has a very big potential of long-term growth, right? If you're talking about years. So, in fact, between all of those three, I think copper is going to be growing the most, percentage-wise, return. Not in the price, quote, but in the percentage.
Sorry, I just had a couple of
Yeah, of course.
messages I have to answer.
Oil, we got a question about oil. To be honest with you, I don't trade oil this year much because that was a mess. I used to trade oil so much. Like there was a period of time when I only traded oil. Like 90% of my trades were oil, crude oil futures. And it was amazing. I swear it was rejecting volume, respecting it perfectly. Like you couldn't find more perfect asset than that. But then elections happened, Trump happened, and I stopped trading oil because it started doing weird things. But essentially, currently, I'm expecting oil to go higher. So if we look at this, it's pretty straightforward. We have this huge range here. We have the high volume node right here that I'm looking for. I trade from volume till volume. We now rejected the value area high right here from this whole area. This is the border of the value area high. We just got outside of this huge range that been holding from 25th of June. So for almost the whole month, we have a very high volume accumulation area here. I'm expecting still the pullback and then the continuation back to the upside to the gray zone. So if we're talking about where would I look for buys, I would only safely look for buys in two scenarios. Either we come into this area and I get my confirmations for buys. So for here, because this is the high value area, the high volume node accumulation here. So from here till here. Or another scenario would be if the price would break this range. So let's say it doesn't reach this zone and it continues higher, it breaks the high, it closes above this accumulation back, and then on the pullback, I would be also looking for a buy for oil. Those are two scenarios that I would be aiming to trade on oil market today.
Yeah, I also traded gold quite often. A couple of years ago.
Gold or oil?
Oil, yeah, oil. Sorry, yeah, a couple of years ago. I find that it retested the like horizontal levels very nicely, but then stopped being profitable on it. So maybe it has something to do with what you talked about as well. I mean, during the pandemic, oil was very nice to trade.
Fantastic. One of the best trades I ever made. I still remember it. I was on a live stream and I was selling oil, and people were like watching it, and we were like having a group, like kind of trading online, live trading, and we were selling oil when it was going towards almost zero at the live when
Wow.
COVID hit. So you could see literally during the day when price went like crazy down when they started talking about the shutdown. That was one of the
Yeah,
best trades in the whole history of my trading. I can't
yeah,
say
that was
much
crazy.
that it was the expertise. It was also luck and being in the right time in the right place. But God, I still remember this day.
Yeah, that was I think it was 2020 when the futures some futures contract for oil I believe started trading negatively, right?
Wait a second. It was yes, 2020, the January 2020.
Yeah, because and some of the futures contract for oil actually started going towards the negative,
Yeah,
right?
they were in the negative.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, that's that was crazy. Yeah,
It was insane. Yeah,
yeah, I
it's a
remember
very
that.
very unique moment in the history, which just proves that there is always a chance to actually get a very good opportunities in the market. There is always the market, once in a while there is an opportunity like that. So people who were really, anxious about missing Bitcoin, okay, but then oil happened, and it was obvious, black and white, that futures are gonna go back from negative back higher, and see if this as well. So that was an opportunity. When it was all shutting down, that was an opportunity to sell everything, not to be buying it, expecting a reversal, but to sell it. So you just need to know how to go around it, but pretty much there is always an opportunity that you can make lots of money in the market. Is there any? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I've got questions saying, are you still bullish on gold? Let me go over and look at the gold trade. I think as long as I got the stop loss where I have the stop loss, but of course, the fact that we went below this level, not as bullish as I was previously, it now looks like we might not get that breakout, and maybe when we did that volume analysis, maybe that was the sign, that volume was not confirming price. If we go and we look at the volume analysis here, we can see that. Well, on that move to the upside, we did have a major volume spike to the upside. Speaking of volume, we have the ABL session coming up. Got the ABL session coming up in just a very short while with the big mic.
A big magic mic.
Magic mic. Man.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. Man, I am tired today. I'm tired today.
We need one of this. We had a question actually. I found the replacement for coffee because coffee stopped working for me. So I found
What do you mean it stopped working? It doesn't stop working.
It stopped working. I can drink a coffee and go to sleep, Jonathan, I swear.
Looks like it stopped working for you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Well,
this thing
I can also drink coffee and go to sleep. I mean, it's coffee. It's not,
I know, but it's not supposed to be like that. That's right. That's how caffeine is supposed to be working.
No, you're just, I think, I don't know.
What have you found? Hang on. What have you found instead, Anastasiia?
This is amazing thing. This is 100 milligrams of caffeine, absolutely no sugar, the probiotics, the vitamins C, B, and D, green coffee beans, and it's gut friendly. This is one of the best things that I've ever drank, and gets me through my days already for 2.5 weeks straight.
Wait, are you selling that? That's
no,
the best ad.
No, but it's an advertisement from the heart.
Okay.
Well, I'm not having the percentage of the sales yet, but I think they should start paying me with the amount.
She's going to be crashing so hard at the end of the day.
I'm not. It's been 2.5 weeks. The difference with the coffee is that it's actually more graduate increase of the energy that you have and decrease. And you're not drinking not like with a coffee or the other energy drink. When you drink it and you have the huge pump of the energy, and then it's just you get a dump afterwards, and you crash.
So what's it called? You haven't told us what's it called.
I'll send you the picture afterwards.
I don't think we can. We get it. We're not getting paid. I mean, they get to pay us for that.
Let's do an affiliation of some kind. Let's do.
It's so the idea is you're not supposed to get this rushes of energy. That's not a good thing, because if you get a rush of energy, then you're going to be crashing, right? So what you want to do, you want to be making sure that you are sustaining a good level of energy, right? That's and also that drink probably has tons of artificial sweeteners.
Actually, nothing, not at all. I read through all of it. It doesn't have even one. It has some juices, some magnesium, even zinc, vitamins, and all of these kind of things. Not even one artificial sweetener in it.
Amazing.
And it's Swedish, Jonathan. You guys.
No way. Okay, you're gonna send it to me right now. Okay. Nice.
Jonathan's going to invest in it.
Does it start with a C?
No.
Well, send it to me. What are you waiting
I'll
for?
send you the picture. I bet the next time we see not only the popcorn machine in Jonathan's house, but also the machine for those, like a tube.
He's going to make his own. He's going to have a vending machine for popcorn and for random Swedish energy drinks.
It's interesting. I might get sponsored here. Let's look at the. What is this?
Send-
Okay. Interesting. I'll reach out to them. Maybe we can have like get a little bit of a sponsorship here. I can have it in the background.
Yeah,
You're gonna-
it's pretty good, you know?
You're going to share it with the rest of us.
Maybe we should do it for the 5ers, you know? Maybe we should have the 5ers energy drink for traders.
Let's share with Mike. Let me set something up with them first, like an affiliate link, and then we can share with Mike.
Oh, whatever.
Jonathan, am I getting the cut for the recommendation?
Well, you know what? Like it's business, it's not personal.
You know, do you know what? I have my own cafe, so do you know what? I'm fine with my coffee. So I don't.
Yeah,
care.
Mike actually has a cafe.
I know.
Yeah.
I've got literally coffee on tap.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm never gonna give up coffee. I love coffee. Like I really love coffee. I'm not gonna give up coffee. I would rather. Yeah, I don't know what I would rather do.
Don't finish that sentence. Don't finish that thought.
Did you guys see the amount of comments asking for the name of this drink? I should literally get some sales percentage, some deal with them.
Affiliate marketing.
You could probably do.
Don't share the name, Anastasiia. Let's.
They have merchandise as well. Okay, interesting. Well, where do we buy this? Where can I buy it? Can we?
The official drink of the 5ers.
Maybe. Okay. All right, Mike, you ready? You ready to take over? Show them what a proper trader does and looks like.
I haven't got anybody else with me, so how would I do that?
Well, you got. I don't know. Should we exchange? I wanna.
All right, just go get a coffee. All right.
Yeah, I need to get a coffee. I need to get a break.
All right, we'll see you in a sec, guys. How are we doing, guys? How is everybody? What is going on with my camera today? Come on, keep up. Yeah, we'll have to fix that, aren't we? Let's see what we can do here. Get this. That'll do. How's everyone doing? Let's see who we got in the chat. We've got Timothy. We've got Louis. We've got Jonesy. Cooley's in with us. Cooley, good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Loads of you guys all in. Everyone wants to know about that drink. I'm waiting for Anastasiia. She's dived out of the studio before I could even ask her. So Anastasiia, if you're still watching, don't keep it to yourself. Come on, share it at least with me. You know, think about our Thursday sessions. If she doesn't share it with me today, guys, she's on with me tomorrow for the Thursday morning session, so maybe we can get it out of her then. So we'll see. 76 says he is in or looking at buys with gold. Yeah, I don't know. Nora, good to see you, Nora. Love how, you know, that everyone joins, you know, the ABL sessions first thing in the morning, and then great to see you guys throughout the day. Absolutely love it. Cooley, yeah, LJ's internet is still down. He sent me screenshots of the messaging that he's doing with the internet company, and in fairness, they're being very apologetic, but he's also being very restrained. I would probably be going absolutely nuts at them right now, but yeah, the poor guy is just internet down. So yeah. Yeah, Henri, I don't know if it was a coffee brand though. Was it coffee? I don't know. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Don't know. We've got Jonesy with us. We've got Sizwi. I'm gonna apologise if I pronounced that incorrectly. Bullish on pound dollar, aiming for at least 0.7%. I hope that goes well for you, my friend. We'll look at that in a second. Baby Hugo, yes, I believe they did, but I don't know who they are. People who tend to get to that level don't really want to broadcast it too much, because you're then talking about big moolah. So yeah. And the giveaway, I don't know, Jonatan, if you're still watching, what's happening with the giveaway? Let us know. Ping me a message or something. But I will let you guys know if I hear anything from Jonatan. And Offensi, you tell me, what do you think? Is it buy or sell? Tell me what you think, and then I'll tell you what I think. Okay? I don't give anything away for free. And bullish on a 10k account, hoping for at least $170. That's 1.7%. Nice, very nice. Fingers crossed for you. Phoenix, we certainly can. Euro USD is currently on a free fall. What is my take? Pound dollar, be careful. Alrighty, wow, guys, you're all over it today. So let's go have a look. Let's see what is happening in the markets. Regulars will notice I've changed my charts a little bit because I had so many complaints about the state of my charts. So I have changed it. I've darkened the color. I got inspiration from Griff yesterday. So I have changed things up a little bit here. Let me just see if I can. Oh no, that doesn't work, does it? Let's just leave it like that. Gold, 15 minute at the moment is just sitting there. It's really not doing anything. The 1 hour right now it's really not doing anything. I mean, if you look at the 5 minute, we're just really doing nothing at all. We've not broken these levels here. We've had a couple of these wicks, and we're trying to push higher. I'm not convinced one way or the other, if I'm honest with you, about. Oh, I just realised that's going to have to change. Give me a second, guys. I have to change that to that, because having a black line on a black chart isn't going to work, is it? Save as lower time frame. There we go. Yes. Okay. So we've got this engulfing candle, the downside on the 5 minute, pushing us down. So that's our current resistance. If we can break that, then we can consider looking for longs and getting in on longs. I am in on a long because we broke these highs. I actually got in on a long. Where did I get in a long? I got in a long here, I think it was. As this dipped down, I got in a long here, and well, as you can see, I'm in a fair bit of drawdown right now. So not the best of trades at the moment, but we will see. 7 minute looking a little bit better. We've got liquidity on the downside for us to bounce off. The 10 minute as well. The 11 minute, unfortunately. Oh, actually, the 11 minute, that was a nice move. If that wick stays as it is and pushes on up, then that could be a nice signal for us to go long on gold. You see how it just wicked down, took this level, and potentially could go higher. We're just reacting off this structure here on the 11 minute. Does look promising. I'm not going to lie, it does look promising. 14 minute as well, looking good. Rejecting this level here on the 14 minute as an inside bar. 15 minutes, we've got nothing doing. 22-minute, not great, not really any wick rejection there, which is not what you want to see. But doesn't mean that we're not going to get anything. Half an hour, somewhat wick rejected. 45-minute, looking nice at the moment. 50-minute, less so. 50-minute doesn't look good, I'm not going to lie. That looks rather bearish. 90-minute, holding up. 1 hour, got this wick here, so there's sell orders sitting here, but then we could be just pushing up higher from there. Support turns into resistance and all that lovely stuff, or resistance turns into support. The 3 hour, we have this level down here. Let's have a look. 4 hour, yeah, it's a 4 hour wick down there. So not looking wonderful, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken. Is that? No, it's not, sorry, because it was taken. So this was my confirmation for buys. We had this wick kind of rejected somewhat, just tapping into this zone, and then we had this big engulfing candle on the 4 hour to the upside. So it's to be expected that you'll see a pullback on the 4 hour before we then go higher. We're already into the first hour of that current 4 hour candle, but we look at this 5 hour finished as an inside bar, not ideal. 7 hour looks better. Engulfed took this body, and we've taken the body of those two, and we're looking to hopefully go higher in the next hour and 15 minutes. The 8 hour, less convincing, as you can see there. We've not taken this high up here. That's the problem. The fact that we've not taken those highs, that is where we're facing an issue. The 10 hour looks a little bit more promising, but not massively. 11 hour looks bullish. 12 hour liquidity at the top there, and now that is also liquidity down there as well, inside bar. So looking like gold buys could be coming in. Manish says maybe change the color. Can do. Let's see, body, let's make it a bit better, something like that. Easy to see, makes it a bit easier to see for you guys, I guess. It does look long to me still, but it's just taking its merry time. So yeah, we'll see. Bear with me, guys, because it is just me today. I am going to be trying to look at the charts and looking at the chat, and it's like that. So I need to get a quick neck. Bear with me in that instance, please. Let's have a look. David Franklin, not sure what you're talking about with regards to that, but I don't think you need to be on Instagram for the giveaways. It just gives you an opportunity for an entry, but there will be other entries, I'm assuming, I'm sure. At the moment, we're getting a push down on gold. It's come to take that level. Wicked quite nastily down, and it's just a question of whether it wants to keep going lower or not. It's leaving levels such as that one on the 3 minute. So there is lower time frame liquidity for it to bounce off. It's now reacting off this wick here on the 3 minute. Somewhat support, but it's very weak support because, yeah, it's not. We've also got this level down here that I didn't mark out earlier. It's not a bad reaction to maybe look for buys now, but I'd want to see. I want to see like a better response for us to really see this as a wick kind of dipping down to try and take liquidity and then pump back up. Currently is looking promising. That there was an inside bar as well, so we've got plenty of reason for us to go higher and leave these levels for later on. Potentially looking for us to come up to kind of 33, 38, something like that, as part of today's moves. 76 says, can remember Derry. Derry was one of the guys that came in, I think last week, was it? Was a guest. Does not trade on days of major news, and there's a lot today. Yeah, I mean, everyone, each their own. Choose your poison, as they say. So, John, I got taken out. My stop was down here. It was just below this candle here. So I'm out on that gold trade, I'm afraid. But it does look like it's holding support in that area now. So want to see if it comes down to this level here, see if it retests that wick down at the bottom there, and then potentially look for buys going up again. So we'll see. Where would be the best stop loss in gold? It entirely depends on your strategy and your risk level. I can't tell you. I mean, there is no best stop loss, right? Because if you're convinced that gold is going to go, I don't know, say up to here, right? And even convinced is the wrong word, but if you believe that gold is, say, going to go up to here, right? You want to be certain of, or be assured that that's going to happen. Stick your stop down there, right, and have a negative risk to reward. But that's not really probably what you're looking for, right? Realistically, support, there isn't a ton of support because there's lots of liquidity down here, which is why I'm bearish overall on gold. But I think we're going to come up and take some of these levels up here first, and then we'll sell. That's my view. If we look at it on the 4 hour, for example, we can see that we are breaking this trend line down, but overall on a bigger picture we've broken this trend line here. So if we take it from this angle here, there we go, we've broken that trend line, right? And then we've got another one going down from there down to there. So realistically speaking, that's why I think we're probably going to come up to this previous kind of turning point. If you look at it from, if I draw a little box there, you see how we've bounced in around this area quite a lot. So that's why I'm expecting us to bounce from somewhere like that. So yeah. Possibly. Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's not actually showing very much volatility. I know what you're saying, Vinny, but it's not really doing a huge amount. It's still within this range. So, just remember, gold likes to do this, and sometimes it is best just to sit it out. Thank you very much. CZX exclamation 02. That's a nice, hard to pronounce handle that you've got there. Martin says he made 600 today on gold. For me today is enough, except if it's going good opportunity to buy. Yeah, possibly. Stephen, good to see you, my friend. EU longs, said the quoted life. Okay, do you want to give me a bit more context? Let's go have a look at GU first of all. I saw somebody looking at GU. GU has come up on the 15-minute and now coming back down to this area here on the 15-minute. Took this low and then we had this turning point here. Look at it on the 5-minute. Nice pull down. I'd probably want to see us react from this area here rather than where we are right now. It's not forming a particularly nice structure. Yeah, I'd prefer it to come down to this, just a little bit lower, or even down to here, if I'm honest with you, looking for longs. It doesn't look ready just yet. I'd wait until it comes down to this area. Because if we look down here, let's see, I think we will see that we have perfect triple lows. So I think you're going to see more selling on GU, because that's going to be a massive magnet for gold, for price to come and take. Triple lows on the 1 minute is a big old magnet for that. I think you're going to see 1, 2 pushing down, so I think you'll probably see a retest of this maybe, and then come down and take that level. So I wouldn't be getting in on GU buys just yet personally, but that's just me. Yeah, possibly. Key reasons to make trend lines when they occur. Nice. Not sure I understand, Timothy, but okay. EU, let's go have a look at EU. EU looking a little bit stronger, is dipped down into this zone from earlier. It's I believe a 15-minute zone, but again, it hasn't really, I mean, it's testing a zone that I had marked out, but I need to update all of these anyway. I did have, what did I do there? When did I do this? Oh, this was this morning. I was doing an LJ, and I decided to try and do some drawings, and as you can see, my line drawing skills are leaving a lot to be desired. But yes, I'm anticipating a bit of a range on the hourly at the moment. We have dipped in. We're seeing a bit of a reaction. So it doesn't look like we're seeing anything yet. I think everyone is sitting on their hands waiting for the FOMC news. That's going to be the big one later today. If we look at the Dixie overall is breaking up past the highs, and it has these levels up here. It's sitting above this 23, and if I take it out on the 4 hour, this is the structure that we're in right now. As you can see, we've pulled down, bounced off the 76.40, gone up. We're sitting above 23.60, gaining some support by the looks of things, and it looks stronger. So again, I wouldn't be necessarily trying to short the dollar, which is what you'd be doing if you were trying to long Euro USD or Pound USD. So I would be careful. St. Duby, gold on a 1 hour, nice morning, and 3-bar reversal in play after sweeping Asian high. What do you think? I'll come back to it. Yeah, Stephen saying selling or buying gold is a bad idea. It's kind of ranging. Yeah, it is, which is kind of what I said earlier. I want to go back to the strength scores. Strength scores. Strength scores. Yen Aussie dollar at the moment still showing a lot of divergence. So I would like to have a look at that one, because it might be showing an opportunity. And it's not really. Not massively, no. Let's have a look. Where are we in the grand scheme of things? Are we in any kind of, let's draw a line. Where did we come to, and what did we tap into? Did we tap into anything along here? Nothing there on the 2 hour. We're in this wick here. 3 hour. There we go. 3 hour wick. We've dipped into just there. 5 hour, somewhat. 7 hour, not yet. So, not for me. I mean, we've got this zone here, so technically we are in that pocket. But I would probably prefer to see a reaction in there if I was going to be looking for buys on Aussie yen. I do think there's going to be some buys, looking at how it's playing out, but how it started, I mean, it could go from here. I'd be looking for what happens in this pocket here. What's it going to do in there? If it's going to react nicely and then bounce off, then it looks good for buys. But right now, I would be waiting to see. Oh, hang on a second. Nope, it's going to sell down. Reason being, this is a perfect equal low on the 3 minute. So you see that there? Don't know if you can see it. Let me zoom in. Price value on both of those two 3 minute candles is identical, which will make it high probability that price will want to come down and take that level, suggesting that probably the buys aren't going to arrive until we get into this area here. So yeah. But that's Aussie dollar, Aussie yen. Other one to maybe consider is pound Aussie or pound CAD. So let's have a look at those. Pound Aussie. Possibly, but then that would make sense. If we're expecting Aussie to show strength against the yen, then we'd also expect pound to sell off. I mean, the pound has shown some strength already. If we're looking for pound dollar to sell, then you might see some sell off. Broken past this structure though. It's not ideal. We've got an inside bar there on the 4 hour, and it's broken past this structure as well, so not ideal. But you have got this little structure here. Let's have a look on the 11 hour. What's the 11 hour showing us? Yeah, it was a turning point here, so there is still something in here. Let's delete that zone because it's confusing. 10 hour, that's an inside bar there. So I don't know, guys. I don't know if, I mean, it does, making that low there. I would think started with this low here, broken this high. Anything else? We have just trying to see if I can get a feel for the picture of what it's trying to do. 3 day, 4 day. Yeah, it's got liquidity up here as well on the 4 day. I would say actually pound Aussie looks long, so probably, I mean, right now it looks short on the intraday, but higher time frame on that 4 day. You see how we've got this 1-2 wicks here, and we're bouncing off it now, so it does look like it might go higher. If we go to the weekly, before we pull down lower, probably be expecting a retest of this higher high. And we still haven't reached these ultimate highs, and we're certainly nowhere near all-time highs. So bouncing off this structure here, previous support here, so it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility to actually see it going long. And the UK government have been making positive noises, I would say, towards like the IMF and what they recommended. So yeah. Fabian, good to see you, my friend. Hope you are well. Do you trade FOMC? Personally, I don't, because it's too late in the day for me. I'm not at my computer. I'm usually with my kids, putting them to bed. And so if I were to try and trade FOMC, the stress of putting my kids to bed plus FOMC would probably be enough to put me into a mental coma. So I wouldn't recommend it, at least in my situation. But others might. I don't know. Guys, let us know in the chat. Anyone who's trading at FOMC today? Who's throwing caution to the wind? Let us know in the chat. So we said pound Aussie. What was the other one? I said pound CAD as well. Let's have a look at pound CAD. Pound CAD on the. It's also a nice turning point as well. I've got to say. You know, it does look on the weekly. It also looks good for longs. Let's see where we are on pound CAD. Yeah, see how on the 11-day we've got this long wick, took the inside bar, big engulfing candle, wicked off, tried to push higher, and now we've got this inside bar again. Oh no, we haven't. That's not an inside bar, but in a nice area for buys. Take that to the 12-hour. Let's have a look. Yeah, it doesn't look bad at all, does it? Nice reaction on the daily there. What have we got for targets? Nothing major for targets, actually. No, nothing major at all for targets, in fact. So I would be quietly cautious on this one because it's not showing anything clear at the moment. It does look like a long, but you might find that it pulls back before it goes long. Go to the 4-hour. Let's see, nice engulfing there. And there's a nice level to target there. And oh, you got some nice levels in there as well, in fairness. So there is some opportunity there, I think, for some buys from where we are right now. So possibly a swing opportunity. But as I always say, guys, none of this is financial advice. You should be doing your own analysis and not trading somebody else's strategy. Because most people in here will tell you they don't understand my strategy. So if you try and trade any ideas that I have, you may end up being disappointed. So I would probably be looking for longs on this as it stands. Possibly looking for something to come down. At the moment you might get a sell, just looking at how that's reacted there. What's it reacted from? You've got quite a lot to look for. Is that an equal low? No, that's not. Just trying to see what else do you have. Mark out your levels and you will find opportunities. There we go. Yeah, we'll see. Currently gold is playing hide and seek. Yeah, exactly. 100%. 197.892 on GJ. Let's have a look. It's down at the moment, which is not a surprise because on the day, the yen is just incredibly strong. So that's why you're seeing that divergence. But the yen can't stay strong forever. So it has pulled down a fair bit, and pound, yeah, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. It respected this low here and has pushed off from it. It's created a nice restructure here where you had this engulfing to the upside on the 45-minute, the half hour as well. I would 37, yeah. Trying to see where would I look for an entry. 22 minutes is okay. I would be careful. I'd be very, very careful, because it started with this inside bar here. That's a level that it's probably going to target first. So I'd be anticipating maybe a reaction from here on the 15 minute, see it take that level and then shoot up from there. So maybe look for buys around about that level. 197.892. But you're talking about somewhere up here. Yeah, I mean, you've technically got that level there where it's come to right now. So you might see a reaction at the moment because you had this big engulfing candle here. So you might see a reaction where we are at the moment, or you might see it smash through it, which it's just done. So it's going lower, I would say. And it's probably going to take levels like that on the 1 minute. And yeah, you see that's a very weak low. So I would suspect that you're probably going to see more of a reaction in and around this area here. You may see one down here, but I think, is that another? Yeah, it's a perfect equal low. So I think it's coming down. So I'd be looking for somewhere like that to buy from. But it just depends whether the yen can maintain that strength against the pound, because the pound is showing strength as well today. So yeah. Pound, dollar, as I said, still coming down. I still believe it's going to come and take this level here because it is a perfect triple low. So yeah. Tiago saying, can I explain what do I see on the strength meter? Sure. Strength meter, strength meter. At any given time, you'll see, I mean, this is just one of the strength meters out there. You'll see all sorts of different ones. Adrian, good to see you, my friend. You'll see different strength meters out there. If you Google it, you'll find all sorts. There's even ones on TradingView that you can use as well. And each and every single one of them uses a different formula. Some of them use RSIs, some of them use MACDs, all sorts. Scruffy trader, Gary Langley, has his own formula that he uses. Everyone has their own way of calculating it. If you go to ChatGPT, it will probably help you formulate one as well. So you could even have your own. I use Market Milk from Baby Pips just purely because it's just clean and simple to read and easy to look at. And the idea is that you can go to the different time frames and you can get an understanding as to which currencies relative to each other are showing strength and which are showing weakness. The reason I look at the daily is because daily tends to give you where you're seeing strength over the last 24 hours or on that given day. You can look at it on the last closed, and what that does is that just shows you, okay, based on the last daily candle, you've got Swiss versus Japanese yen. So the yen was very strong yesterday, the dollar and the pound, and the euro and the Swiss franc were very, very weak. So what you could do at the beginning of the day, let's say you looked at this in the morning, you could look at this and say, okay, it's 8 a.m., let's say, on Swiss yen. Okay, so let's just take that as an example. Swiss yen. Okay, so we saw Swiss yen and it was, let's say it was 8:30 my time. Let's go to the 15 minute. So Asia has brought it down. You've seen a nice kind of retracement there, a decent one, I would say, but you've seen further weakness. The idea is it just gives you potential assets to look at. Okay, if you're trading Asia session, then you might look for a continuation because you can see there's a continuation there. The idea is just there's divergence. There's just there's a lot of weakness and a lot of strength in two different currencies, and so you would either expect a continuation or you would expect a return to the mean. And it's almost like a filtering pattern. If you go to Gary Langley and Scruffy Trader, and sign up for his community, he talks through how he uses it. It's essentially the same thing. You just use it as almost like a sieve or a filter to say, right, what's worth trading today. So based on this, you might look at Euro Yen or USD Swiss, or like I say, Swiss Yen. So let's say, for example, USD Swiss on the 15 minute, we could see there that there's not really much happening. Okay, so that's not the kind of price action that I'm really looking to trade. Okay, but if we look at, for example, Euro Yen, maybe that's one to consider. Euro Yen has taken this level down here. Euro Yen looks good for buys right now. Now, would I have looked at Euro Yen any other time? Probably not, right? Now, at the moment, it actually doesn't look good for buys because you've got this that's probably going to stop it from going higher. And then it's probably going to want to come down and take 1, 2, you see that it's perfect equal lows and wickless candles, right? So it's almost certain to take those. But the reason it's reacting is because it had taken that level that I marked out earlier, which was probably a 4-hour or something like that inside bar or wickless candle. There you go, it's an inside bar, I think, on one of these. Where was it? Or it was an old one I didn't look at. Nope, it wasn't. In fact, it's actually broken this low, so it actually looks good for sells. In fact, yeah, it does look good for sells. Apologies, I didn't. I obviously didn't mark out that blue line. It was an old one. So Euro JPY, you're just looking for continuation of movement, and then you look at it in the real time. And again, you do the same thing. So on a given day, where are you seeing divergence? So you're seeing divergence between Aussie Yen, potentially. You can look at the top gainers as well, and where you see a significant gain, you can try and trade those. There you can see there. So, you know, the bigger the percentage difference as well, the more likely you are to potentially catch something, because no currency is going to just fall flat, right? You can look at these. So pound, Aussie, Aussie US dollar, so we'll look at that in a second, and Aussie yen showing the most volatility. And it also helps you just filter out, right, which ones are not worth looking at. So Euro Swiss, don't touch it, it's not really moving. Euro CAD, not really moving. It just helps you filter out, because there's 28 assets just on Forex pairs. And then you've got gold, and then you've got silver, and then you've got oil, and then you've got Bitcoin, and then you've got the indices. So it just helps you filter it out to find ones that are going to move and ones that are not going to move, so you don't waste your time. It's not a guarantee. It doesn't mean... What it doesn't mean is, if you see in real time yen is strong and Aussie is weak, it doesn't mean that you go and buy the yen. It also doesn't mean that you go and sell the yen. It just means go and have a look at it and see if it's presenting an opportunity for you, because there's movement, because there's some kind of activity going on there. That's all it is. So I hope that helps. Kieran is asking to look at gold again. I know you guys love your gold. Let's have a look. Gold has come and taken those lows that I had marked out, or those levels that I marked out, which was always going to be a risk. Looks like on the 5 minute it's leaving a long trail behind it, but has it reacted of anything of significance? It's this turning point here. Let's have a look on the 15 minute. You did have this move here, and you did have this move here. You can see that engulfing candle there. If I draw a block from there, reasonable to have seen a reaction from there. 30 minute, that's convincing, but certainly possible. Still maintaining upward trend. it's taken a chunk of liquidity and it's reacting as you would potentially expect it to. So yeah, I would say it still looks decent for buys. Maybe even as things stand. Let's have a look. What does it look like on the 1 minute? Yeah, it doesn't look bad on the 1 minute. It's taken these inside bars here, left these ones up here. You just have to be careful of this 1, 2, these 1, 2, 3, 4 1 minute candles, all suggesting downward pressure. Those would be your confirmations that it was going to go lower, in fact. But you can see it tapped into that zone that I had out earlier on the, what was it? The 5 minute. See how it tapped, dump, 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 dump. So yeah, but it does look, you may now start to see some bullish momentum because you just see all that trail of liquidity there. So it's reasonable to expect it to now leave this 5 minute one, leave this whatever it is 4 hour one, and come up higher to take at least some of this. So, EJ and GJ got a pretty solid correlation, and GJ is already reacting off at out level with equal 5 minute lows. Let's have a look. EJ, go back to it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you've got to look at it from the bigger picture. It's still in this structure here. So if we draw a fib from where it started to where it finished, change the format of it. It's kind of just oscillating between these levels. It hasn't, I mean, it's bounced off the 50, but it's broken this low. I still think you'd be better off waiting for it to come down to this area. That's just my personal view. Looking at it on the 11 minute there, same on the 15 minute. If that 15 minute candle had been held, then I'd be more convinced that, and it had that reaction, then I'd be more convinced of buying right now. But because it didn't hold, I've got less conviction of a buy right now. I would have wanted to see it respected. Doesn't mean that it's not a buy, but you look at it how it's forming. There's a 10 minute inside bar. It's got the other side of it as well there. I would have been more convinced if that had held. You look at it here, and you can see as well that this was a wickless one on multiple time frames. You've got wicks down here, and you've got this double bottom. So I still think GJ is going to sell, is my view. Baby Hugo, yeah, it is. Yeah, got about 575 subscribers. Don't know what you want to tell me, but thanks for confirming it. Anyway, moving on. What's your take of Fibonacci and gold? As I noticed, it bounced off the 78.6 fib level. Which fib? I would be asking, because I don't know where you're drawing your fibs in Yang. So tell me what level you're referring to, and then I can give you a better understanding. But right now I don't see what you're referring to. I mean, are you talking about a fib here, or I just need to know, are you talking about a fib from here, or are you talking about a fib from here? I mean, theoretically, if you did a fib from there down to there, you're kind of hovering around the 61.80 at the moment. But yeah. And the reality is that the reason why you're seeing moves up at the moment is because if you look here, just took the low. You see that there? You probably can't see it, but it's just, if you look at the top here of the price, 94, 95. So it took the low and it's gone up. So it is a change of direction on there. And you can see there that you had the wick rejection on the 5 hour, and then you had the engulfing candle to the upside, another engulfing candle to the upside, another engulfing candle to the upside. So I still think we're going long on gold. And it might even be the move right now, but actually on the 2 minute that looks good. I've got to say that does look decent. So you might be looking at gold move right now, but I'd want to see what it does here. There's a high chance that it might react from this zone once it's taken these levels of liquidity. You might still see a bit of a push down, because once it takes those levels, it always has a bit of a pushback because there's orders sitting there. Or it might just smash through and just use it as as catalyst to push higher. And there you go. So you got 1, 2 taken. This one will probably be taken as well now. The way that's closed looks very good. Maybe look for a bounce off on this area. Look for a reaction in this pocket and look for buys. Possibly somewhere like that. And then look for the continuation of those longs up to there maybe. I mean, technically, if it tapped into that zone, then you could say that would be the trade. But obviously you can't do that right now. So if we realistically say that's our market order, let's see, maybe stick our stops just below there. So 2.5 R, let's say. So yeah, from the recent high on the 15-minute chart. Very kind of you, Paulie. Thank you. Much appreciated, my man. From the recent high on the 15-minute chart, let's have a look. So you want a fib from there to there? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything massively significant there, if I'm honest. I'm not seeing it, unless you're talking about this. Is that what you're referring to? Maybe that's what you're referring to. If so, then yes, it's bounced off the 76.40 and pushing higher, taking the next level of liquidity. So buying continuation looks decent. The 5 minute, you'd probably want to see it tap in. So we could have gotten a better entry. We'll see. Who knows? But looks like you might get a nice. So let's say if we'd set it there, we'll see if that holds. That's not an engulfing candle that we really want to see, but what's it reacting from? It's not actually reacting from anything really. So I think that might be a red herring. But let's see. But that's maybe a trade idea for gold. It might hold, it might not. This isn't my preferred setup, if I'm honest with you. It's just an idea. But just seeing that this is I've seen it in the past where you've seen multiple wicks in an area of interest and then it turns into support, but doesn't look like it's going to hold at the moment, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like it will hold. So if you took that trade, my apologies. But as I said, trade your own strategy. Don't take my trades. That's reacting from just taking all that liquidity, basically. Let's see. Yeah. I'll leave that on there, and you guys can see how wrong I was. Maybe the better idea would have been something like that. A negative risk to reward. Just depends what your preferences are. Reasonable to have expected it to come back to the 50, I suppose. Where else could I have put the stops? Realistically, this was a valid zone. So, I mean, could have put stops down here with this wick. Or maybe down to here. But let's see. It was, what was it, down to there. So we'll see. I'm looking to sell gold unless it can break the 4-hour swing high, but the interest rate news coming later has me cautious. Wise choice, Fabian. Sunny Patel, what's your view on New Zealand CAD? Let's first of all look at the strength scores. Well, New Zealand's looking a bit meh, and the CAD is looking weaker than the New Zealand CAD. I'm not sure how much trade those two countries do. But yeah, I mean, you've got barely any movement whatsoever on there. Before looking at anything like an obscure currency, like, for example, New Zealand CAD or anything like that, look at the ATR, look at the average true range, and see whether it's actually going to have any movement. Because if it's not going to have movement, then there's no point looking at it, really. Looks semi-decent for buys, I guess. You've got this kind of this structure here, possibly looking good for buys, but that doesn't look very nice. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but that looks horrible. I don't think I've ever traded New Zealand CAD in my life. I've clearly looked at it because I've got some markup on the charts, but I've clearly not looked at it very much, because the last time I marked anything out on it was these kind of areas. So, oh yeah, no, God, no, don't, please, for the sake of your own sanity, don't trade New Zealand CAD. Please, don't trade New Zealand CAD. Baby Hugo says, I'm watching their live program. I will say no one can guarantee price movement and no one is consistent. 99% of traders fail. Hope can learn from them. That's all you can hope for. Everyone's on their own journey. Everyone trades in their own way. So, gold is at the 200 SMA on the 1 minute, says Kim. Let's go have a look. Go back to gold. Algorithmic chart, and let's have a look. What's it forming? 200 SMA. Yes, it did hit the 200 SMA. Quite right. Kim bounced off it. Well spotted. Probably had I seen that, I wouldn't have recommended that trade, in fairness. Still think there's an opportunity for a curl up, though. I do still think there's an opportunity for a buying position. Seeing these two, but we'll see. Let's have a look at the 5 minute. Yeah, the 5 minute looks horrible. Just looks like spaghetti, doesn't it? But again, it's on the 200 there. So again, another reason why buyers might be a good one. We have got a wickless 5 minute candle there that it may want to take first. But yeah, we're still a little bit off the 200, the 200 on the 10 minute. So it might want to, you might want to just stall a little bit, let it catch up. But yeah, I'm still looking for essentially for buys up to here. So we'll see. Quite right, exactly. 99.9%, exactly. Possibly. Yeah, see ya. Yeah. So I'm just catching up with chat. Euro GBP falling like a knife, still good for sells, or will it reverse soon for a nice buy trade? Let's have a look. Please don't look gold for buy, I think. Sakil, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there. But Euro Pound. Euro Pound is in a very nice area for buys. It's a zone that's been marked out previously. Let's go back and see what happened last time we were in this area. On the 10 minutes. Let's get rid of those SMAs. We're going to break that level, probably, yes, because we've got a wickless candle there. Let's have a look. If we can hold this one, then you might be good for buys. What's it doing? Stop moving. Lock that down. There we go. It does look decent for buys, I'm not going to lie. It does look decent for buys, and it's left lots of liquidity behind. So, yes, not a bad shout. As we look at the 15 minutes, what was back here? Yeah, it was a turning point that we've dipped into. So, there is a valid area here, as we can see here. So in that pocket, and I think it's tapped into it, not quite, but it has tapped into the wick of this one, I believe. This one here, where it turned. Take it to the 1 hour. Yeah, it's in a nice 1 hour wick. So does look promising for buys. You've got nice levels on a higher time frame to target. Plenty of them, in fact. And I think the question is just how much strength is the pound going to generate today? I mean, it's only gone 0.2, 0.3%, let's say. Pound Aussie is probably the better one to look for maybe a sell opportunity when it comes up to this little pocket here, maybe on the 1 hour. Let's see. Level there. Something in there, maybe. See it take the, whatever it is, the daily, I think it is. No, it's not a daily, it's probably an 11 hour, is it? One of those, 12 hour maybe, 10 hour. It's a 10 hour inside bar, there you go. Probably see it come in, take that area. 4 hour, yeah, it's actually a 4 hour inside bar as well. 90 minutes. Could see it coming in and looking at that. That looks cleaner to me than Euro GBP. Euro GBP, on the other hand, has just come down. Look at that. It just come down to there. Don't like the way that there was no wick on that 1 minute candle. You see that there? And I don't like the way that that wick on that one that came down wasn't particularly long. 2 minutes, it's the same. 3 minutes, the same. 5 minute, it's not. I think Euro GBP is going lower. Is my personal view. Can someone tell me sweep on gold? I'm not sure I understand the question. LJ, his internet is down for the second day in a row. Bless him. He's been battling with the internet gremlins not working. So it is just me today. We're hoping it'll be back soon. Tomorrow, fingers crossed. But at the moment, his internet's down, I'm afraid. So NASDAQ. Let's have a look at the NASDAQ for Lance. Sure. Let's have a quick gander at the NAS. The NAS has broken this wider structure, as you can see here. Almost reached that level there. So that fib is no longer in play. Next one will probably be this one here. At the 6180 at the moment. Oscillating. This is your current resistance level, but you've got a nice 10-minute engulfing to the upside, suggesting some buying momentum coming in and leaving levels like that behind. I'd be looking for buys on the NAS, I think, if I'm honest with you. Just purely looking at the 10-minute, looking at the 15-minute. Yeah, there's nice levels of liquidity higher up. It's done a nice engulfing candle to the upside here. That's a 15-minute level, but that engulfing suggests going higher. I think this will be broken. Yeah, looks good for buys. You might want to wait. You might want to wait and see this area be retested. This little pocket, and that would be your best entry. Something like that in there. So trade idea of something like that, and then send it up. Something like that might be worth looking at. Take it up, even just take it up to the 38.20 on that move would be decent, but you've still got areas up here as well. But that looks like a reasonable level. Take it from the 61.80 to the 32.20, or even just up to the 50. That would be a nice 4R on that one. So bro, gold. I've looked at gold loads of times, bro. So go back and have a look. What do you think about trading? Doing full-time is okay, or do with work or business? What's your thought process? Bikash, I did it for a year because I got made redundant, and I used my redundancy package to give me runway to go and learn how to trade. And then the money ran out, and I was relying on trading to make money, and I couldn't. The pressure was too much. So if you try and do full-time trading as your only income, it just puts unnecessary pressure on you to make it as a trader, and that's never going to be good for your psychology. So my recommendation would be is sure, do trading, but make sure you've got other income streams, because if your bills are dependent on your trading performance, it's depends on your psychology for sure, but it's a hard thing. It's a hard amount of pressure to kind of avoid influencing your trading. So that would be my advice. Race car, yeah, I think it Aussie pound does look good. Oil, let's go look at oil. Oily. Oily. Ooh, hello. What's oil been doing? Who's been pumping the oil? Let's go out and have a look. Still in this pocket here. So generally looks like sells, but you've now got this pocket here. Sometimes you just got to try and make sense of these things. Theoretically, on the 15-minute, it looks good for buys, but then it's probably going to hit resistance here. I don't like trading oil, so I wouldn't want to be giving you any direct advice on what to do with it, but that looks like a sell pocket, and that looks like a buy pocket down there. and that's your range for the moment on the 15-minute. The fact that this high got broken suggests to me that it might go higher. So yeah, I don't like the look of oil, but to be honest with you, I've never liked trading oil. So NFP's on Friday, Paul, but you've got the ADP NFP today, which obviously is high impact as well, in just over half an hour. Thank you for the reminder. If you're trading high stakes account, watch out for that 4-minute window, guys. Any trades opened during that time, the profits will not account. Okay. Looks like pound dollar may have finally woken up and is trading lower. Euro dollar is about to take the previous daily low. Go back and have a look. We haven't looked at those for a minute. Yeah, look at that. Ooh. What was it? Look at that. Perfect equal low. 220. No, it's not. 219. Doesn't look like a buy just yet for me, guys, on Euro USD. Euro USD isn't a buy for me just yet. I think you're going to see price take this level here and maybe come down to here. I could be wrong. It did just come within literally 0.0001 of that level, and that's no coincidence, but I think it's going to go lower. But maybe I'm wrong. Don't know. 5-minute, nice reaction on the 5-minute, and the 7-minute, 2-minute also. Actually, do you know what? Not bad out. But just be careful because you've got that there on the 3-minute. You've got that there on the 3-minute as well. 5-minute inside bar. Do you know what? It may come to something. I wouldn't be so sure. Let's have a look at the Dixie. What's the Dixie doing? Yeah, Dixie's still got a bit more momentum in it, I think. It hasn't reached that level that I marked out ages ago for whatever reason. Let's have a look. I think the Dixie still has more legs in it to come up to someone like here, for example. 3 hour. Yeah. You got another one there. You got that one as a 4 hour as well. Yeah, I think there's still more strength in the dollar at the moment, guys. Just looking at it, I think, yeah, that's just my own personal view. I think if you look at how we're sitting above the 2360 on that fib that I drew out earlier, it feels like there's more strength coming into the dollar. DZX, sorry, there's a bit of a delay, so I don't know what chart you're referring to, but no worries. What if you have pending orders on the high stake account? Michael, those pending orders can't be triggered. If they get triggered during the 4-minute window and they go to profit, then the profits don't count. So you can close a trade, you can change your take profit, you can change your stop loss. But if you open a trade, whether that be a market order, a pending stop, or a pending limit, any of those get triggered in that 4-minute window, the profits don't count. You don't lose the account, although there is a risk of losing the account because of volatility and slippage, but any profits you make don't count. So Maria says she's in a short on EU. See, there you go. Maria knows. Maria's in the know. Look, there's our EU squiggly line that we were talking about. Ranging market. I don't know if we're going to keep going further south or if we're going to keep in this area. That's the only thing. There's still this kind of structure, so not one I'd be trying to trade personally. Osgore, long time. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. How long did it take you to become profitable so you could do this for a living? Fabian, I don't do this for a living. That's the thing. So I was very fortunate that I joined the 5ers. Like that, Mike. Dixie has more. Yeah. I started trading with the 5ers 2023, I want to say. I lose track, and was an active member of the Discord. Then was accepted as a moderator for the 5ers Discord. So whilst I was trading full time, and then because I was just an active moderator and helping out and everything else, I was approached to lead the project for AlphaBeta Lab, and so I get paid for that work. And that has enabled me to do this kind of stuff. So that's how I did it, if I'm honest. It hasn't necessarily improved my trading, but that's because I haven't got the time to focus on my trading. And that's the truth of it, really. I'd love to have more time to trade, but I love to be able to pay my bills more than being able to trade. So yeah. Illy is saying if the Fed implements a deeper than expected rate cut, it will strongly indicate that money printing is on the horizon. Gold must reclaim the 33.50 level to invalidate the recent breakdown of 3.5 million MN. I don't think we're going to see a rate cut, personally. I could be wrong, but everyone's expecting it to remain the same. If it does change, it is a massive change in policy shift, like huge. It also suggests that Trump has managed to somehow persuade Powell to do something that he has resisted doing for a long time, and I just can't see that happening. So if the Fed lowered rates, then expect chaos to ensue and all the lights to go out like they are in Jonathan's studio, because I can see Jonathan sitting in the dark. What happened, Jonathan?
Just an endless darkness.
Endless darkness. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the type of lighting I use when I'm in a drawdown. I feel like it, fits the mood. Turn down the lights.
So there you go, Illy. That is basically what's going to happen. Okay. So if the Fed cuts the rates, then we're all going to be doomed into darkness. Okay. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Actually, no, on the other hand, I don't know, Jonathan. Do you want the Fed to cut rates today? Do you want them to suddenly surprise everyone and cause chaos?
No, I think that would be super weird.
Exactly. Precisely.
I think Powell is doing a great job. I think Trump is being just insane. I think Trump is.
You sound so much like Trump when you said that. I think Powell's doing a great job.
No, I honestly think he's doing a great job. He's. I don't like. Of course, we're sitting here. We're talking about macroeconomics and some of the biggest financial decisions an institution could ever take. Like we're some type of experts. Like I have really, I got no idea. But what I do know is that, or what I think from my own perspective would be that the tariffs might add to inflation. So inflation going up and interest rates going down is not a good combination. I think we are in that Goldilocks zone right now, and might screw it up. I mean, lowering rates now, like if we would come out and unexpectedly lower rates, that would probably be a initially quite strong for risk assets, but then eventually, I mean, the Fed comes out and gives guidance to the short-term interest rates, but then the long year, like the bond market, that's priced by the forces of supply and demand. So the Fed it doesn't really matter if the Fed is lowering interest rates. The long-term, the long-term long end yield, so to speak, on the bond market is obviously priced by the market. So Powell might lower interest rate. Like, he can come out and lower interest rate, but in the end, it's up to the market to decide what they think about the future of the economy, right?
Yeah. But I mean, if you think about it from what the message sends to the market is, if Trump goes and visits the Fed, last week was it, or the week before, and he then comes out with these little comments saying, "Oh, I think they're going to lower the rates soon," and then they do it. When Powell's narrative has been, "No, we're not lowering rates. The tariffs are too inflationary, etc., etc." That narrative spells a significant shift in how the entire US economy works, how the financial markets even view the US economy, because all of a sudden you've potentially got the Fed no longer independent and influenced by the president of the day.
Did you see that press conference? Or
I did. Yeah, it was.
So Powell was. I mean, Trump was saying something, commenting the cost of renovation or something like that, and Powell was just shaking his head and saying things like, first time hearing that. Where did he get that information from? Like, basically shaking his head and doing facial expressions, basically saying you're an idiot. Basically you're an idiot, Trump. So, and questioning the president of the United States live in a press conference inside the Fed building. So that was, to me, really a very clear sign that Trump thinks Powell is stupid, and Powell thinks Trump is arguably more stupid. And it's like, he's not going to lower rates because of Trump. Like, that's never going to happen. Like, there's no way, there's no chance that's going to happen. And that's a good thing. That's a really, really good thing, because if there was actually a time back, I think that was maybe Nixon or something back many moons ago, when one US president managed to influence the Fed to lower interest rates. But I don't think it has happened since then. And the Fed is supposed to be an independent institution, which is, for the economy, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because if you have the wrong leader, he can really screw up the economy long term for short term political gains.
Look at Liz Truss in the UK, for example. Comes out with her wild, crazy ideas, and the UK, the markets go completely gaga. So
yeah, I'm not really into what happened during that period. I know that it was quite chaotic, is all I know. But yeah,
that it was. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, the market's just kind of. I mean, I don't see EU suddenly going long. I think I would be very, very careful. If you're going to take a long now, scalp it, because the way it's starting with these liquidity levels down here, when the news comes out, whether it be the ADP non-farm in 20 minutes, or whether it be any of the other news coming out with the Bank of Canada and all the other stuff, then it can easily just dip down just enough to catch these levels and then shoot on up. But then slippage and spreads are going to be horrendous. So anyone who's thinking about trying a long Euro USD, for example, right now, just please be careful, because these levels tend to get left behind for a reason, and then they're snapped up in the big news move later on.
Yeah, speaking of that, I think it's a good idea, but I am in a swing long position on gold. Entered earlier today. Not looking great. Not looking bad, but not looking great.
It looks better than it did.
Yeah, definitely better now than what it did an hour ago or so.
Yeah, definitely. That 15-minute candle right now is a beast. Tap down into the 90% level on the fib of that move, and now looking good for longs. So yeah, very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed.
Yeah.
So you're up next. Who have you got? Anybody with you?
Nope.
We're doing a day of solos today, are we?
Yeah.
Day of solos. There you go, guys. You get undivided attention from myself and from Jonatan today.
Yes, it's gonna be me for 1 hour. Then we got Sol coming on for the last hour. We're gonna do some scalping. You know what? To make it fairly interesting here, I'm gonna be warming up and do some scalping of my own here. I still do not have access to the trading account that I should be scalping on, though.
Did they block you from it?
Yeah, I was banned from the The5ers, unfortunately. Made too much money.
It's an affliction I wish I had.
And now my MT5 just crashed. This is not starting well.
Not a good start.
What's going on here? Why can't I not? Yeah, my computer is not.
It's not computing.
Screens are just flickering, and everything's lagging. And I don't have time to fix it.
Do you want to go and restart everything and come back? And I'll hang around and hold the fort.
No, it's been like this for months. Doesn't matter.
Ah, okay. Well, in that case, I can't help.
Yeah.
In that case, I shall leave you to it. Guys, Jonatan will be right back after this. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Cheers, guys. Take it easy.
All right, take care. All right. Where is my screen? I don't have my screen share. Let me fix that. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we got Bitcoin here. Now let me just log into my account here on NT5. Not sure why I can't log into the right one. Let's see. What's happening? Nothing is happening here. Is this the right account? Yep, that's the right account. Okay, let me share MetaTrader here. If we can do anything interesting here. Okay, so we're currently looking at gold here. Let me see if we can. I feel like I shouldn't be scalping today, and then I feel like also that's a great opportunity to scalp. Okay. Now I'm gonna try something. What if we just sell resistance and buy support? What about that? How about that? Okay, so we got invalidation. Perhaps above here. Now I'm gonna try to scalp like Sol. I'm gonna be warming up here. I'm gonna make him proud. Okay, what's like the minimum position size? That's 0.01. Let's just go with the minimum position size here. What account are we on? We're on a high stakes. Okay, let's go short here. Okay. Shall we go short? Yeah, let's go short here. Oh, that's a limit order. What am I doing? Okay, we're selling EU here. Could have a bigger position. There we go. Trading before the news. Yeah, that's right. When do we have the news? When is the news? It's 2:30. No, 2:30. Oh, 2:15. Okay, the ADP employment 2:15. Okay, we're gonna close this one before that. Okay, so we're gonna be opening another cell. Right, there we go. Good stuff. TP down here. See if we can get something going here. Are we watching? Yeah, we're watching my screen. Yeah, that's right. Like it wants to break down here. Remember, we're in a long on gold as well. Okay, so we're gonna close this. Make sure we can close this within 5 minutes. Let's adjust the stop loss a little bit here. Putting an alert for 5 minutes here on my watch to make sure that I close the position. Okay, we got about 4 minutes. All right, good stuff. Closing that small position is just it's too small anyway. So while doing this, I'm trying to just figure some things out here. I'm getting the link for Saul. Saul's gonna come on the live stream in not too long. So I'm just trying to figure that out in the background. So prices moving lower. Like what I'm seeing. Let's just close that one. Move stops to entry, and that's it. Okay, so see. What happened? Yeah, from excited and impatient to complete loneliness. Yeah, good question. I know what happened. Not sure. Okay, gonna close that one. Unlock that gap to the upside. Okay, closing that one. What else? What else? What else? What else? The price is moving higher now. Do we? What happens here? Okay, so no trading. No trading. Got the alert. Got the alert coming off in about 30 seconds or so. So we're gonna be trading through that. Looks like it would have hit my original TP there though. Okay, so what's the next trade? We got the news coming out, obviously. That would have been a winning trade. Now, see what I did there, right? I said in the beginning, let's see if we can trade, sell resistance, buy support. Now we're getting into an area where we might be interested in buying, right? Now, if we didn't have news here, I would be buying this level because it's support. Selling resistance, buy support. Resistance break. Break downside. It goes off. We got the news coming out in 6 minutes. You can see how this level is holding as support right here. Should we take a trade here? What do you guys think? Long on your USD? Let me know. What do you think? Let's go out to the 4 hour. What is the 4 hour saying here? I mean, I would think that we're definitely at some type of support level here. I mean, honestly, this whole region right here is this whole region right here would be like a demand area. I think pretty good support right here. NAS collapse. NAS collapse. That sounds like NAS collapse. That sounds like a 90s hip hop like rap artist. Yo, NAS collapse. Let's take a look at NAS collapse, yo. Yeah, NAS did collapse. It got shook. All right. Okay, breaking down your USD, breaking down. Feel like I want to go long here though. But Jonathan, it's right before the news. Yes, I know. But I still want to go long. I'm not gonna go long. I'm gonna wait for the news. What is Trump doing now? Now I see you guys see that right here in the corner. You see it in the corner, right? Trump says 25% tariffs on India. Truth Social. India to pay penalty for buying from Russia. Ugh. This guy just wakes up and shoots violence every single day. It's like, what can I tweet today? 25% tariff on India. Violated whatever rule I made up today. We have a massive trade deficit with India. India to pay penalty for buying Russia. Buying Russia? Buying from Russia. Okay, India did not buy Russia, they bought from Russia. Okay, that's a difference. Because I do think that okay, a lot of selling coming on in on EU here. I think it's nah, I'm not gonna sell it. I'm not gonna sell it. Okay, we got 2:13. When is the news coming out? When is the news coming out? Soon. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Voice news disconnected.
All right, let's see what we get here. We got 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Okay, we got EUR USD. Oh, that's wrong.
104k, 104k, higher than forecast, 76k.
Okay, EUR USD dumping.
Further strength coming through in the dollar on this as the US ADP employment change comes in higher than expected, 104,000 on estimates of 75,500. Again, further strength from the dollar coming through here.
Yeah, okay, so we got strength from the dollar. EUR USD moving lower.
So no
Voice news disconnected.
Switch back to MetaTrader right here. I'm on a high stakes. I'm not allowed to be trading until about 1 minute. Yeah, obviously I want to short it. The 4 hour. We broke below that local low right there. That's the local low right here. News move is bearish. Okay, 15, 16, got 1 minute left. 1 minute left. 1 minute left until I can trade. Of course, I'm going to try to first get in with a short here. Let's go. It's moving a little bit too fast. We can just hold here just for a little bit. We got about 15 seconds, we got 10 seconds. Opening up a short, small short here based on the news reaction. If we have followed through to the downside, the initial reaction was strength for the dollar. Okay, open up a sell position right here. We are short on EUR USD. In validation for this short would be bullish structure above this area. In terms of target, probably looking for levels around here. Back to the 1 minute. Waiting for the 1 minute candle to close. We got about 10 seconds. Trying to open a new short position here on the close of this candle. If it is a bearish candle, yes, it's going to be a bearish candle. So we're entering a short here again. Where's our TP? Our TP is going to be all the way down here initially. Got no stop loss in as of now. But I'm ready to close this trade and reverse if we reclaim the levels higher. The initial reaction on the news was bearish, but we have no real follow through just yet. But anyways, make sure that you do hit that like. Hit the like, and we also have a giveaway going on, so make sure that you go into the giveaway link in the comments section. Okay, we got a good looking wick on that 1 minute. We don't have any clear sustained direction on the 1 minute right here. Can you hedge on high stakes? I believe that all our accounts are hedging accounts and not netting accounts. Both bootcamp, high stakes, and hypergrowth, I believe, is hedging accounts. But you cannot hedge with different accounts. So what I mean is you can't open a long and a short on two different accounts. You can do it on the same account, of course. Okay, so we got the... looks like the market wants to trade lower. It's waiting for the rest of the market to understand what this news actually means. Okay, open up a new short position right here on EUR USD. Got the TP down there. Okay, we got about 4 minutes since the news came out. There we go. Another push to the downside, and I will start adjusting the stop loss. I'm gonna put my initial stop loss for all the positions up here, just to make sure that I do have a stop loss and a overall mental invalidation level. I'm not hedged. I'm not hedging anything. Yes, I am. Okay, thank you for your concern. I am. The gold trade was opened as a more intraday trade earlier today. Your USD is completely different trade, completely different idea. Okay, so we're getting ready to get out of this position here on your USD. See what is happening with gold. So what I'm thinking here is I kind of want to be adding, I want to add to gold here. But I probably shouldn't. So we have a fairly strong bullish candle here on USD. If price pulls back down, like what I'm thinking now is, you know, the best course of action here would be to start looking for an exit on USD. And the best way to do that is to exit the position around this price point. Because then I would be getting out with some profits. I'll also be adding the fibs here to see where the reload zone is. And the reload zone comes in right around that area right here. So that would be a good area to exit this position if I need to. What's up, Martin and I? Welcome to the live stream. The CEO of the 5ers is coming on in about 40 minutes. That's a great question. Thank you. This trade is not based on any patterns. For the news, I expect the interest rate to remain unchanged. Let's close that trade here. So around break even, but probably unprofitable because of the commissions, obviously. So sometimes I'd like to trade news on my personal account because of the rules that we have here at the 5ers with no news trading. I believe that's only for the high stakes account though, but it's a good rule, right? But for the other accounts, what I try to do is monitor the news release, and then as soon as I get the information and try to make up certain scenarios in my head. So if the numbers is lower, I go short or whatever, and then as soon as I get the numbers, I try to open a position. Yeah, there's not going to be any rate cuts. There's no way. The market would probably love a rate cut, but long term, not so much. Okay, so the initial idea on Euro USD was obviously, could have been a good one. I kind of chicken out there. I let fear get the best of me, most likely. We can figure out where the next opportunity might be, and that could be on a break and retest up this level. We are continuing lower. We can see that we're breaking below here. Let's try a short here again. One of the reasons why I wanted to close this short was because the initial reaction on the news, obviously that initial move to the downside on the news was bearish, but a lot of times the initial move is not the right move, so you get the initial move, and then I had a retrace back to the upside, and I felt, you know what, if we come back down, I want to close this short because now it might look like the market is going to reverse the news. But now, the news came out about almost 15 minutes ago, and we're still getting that push to the downside, which means that might actually be the real move. So we're going to see if we can follow this move to the downside. Your credentials for joining the competition should be in the hub. If you go into your competition program, you should get all the login details for your account. Okay, entering another short here. Born in 2944. The CEO is coming in about 30 minutes. Yeah, the CEO of the 5ers is a scalper, that's right. Okay, we got a lot of volatility coming in now. What was that? Did anyone hear that sound? Was that just me, or did anyone hear that sound? What was that? I'm not the CEO of the 5ers, guys. I'm not the CEO. Saul is the CEO of the 5ers. I'm not the CEO of the 5ers. Oh, that's because yeah, okay. That's because I got the news. I'm entering positions. Yep, I entered a position at the news event. Wow, that's a rookie mistake. Good stuff. Great. Maybe that's maybe that was the sound. Well, that's embarrassing. We got the CEO coming out. Don't tell him about this, okay, guys? Do not tell him about what just happened. Because the US GDP quarter to quarter is higher than expected. 3% higher than expected. Thank you. You know, I'm climbing in the ranks at the company. Well, 2 minutes has passed. Let's open a new trade. Because if I make money on the previous one, I'm not going to be able to keep that money. Well, that initial, you know, that initial short I had on gold on Euro USD would have been a good one. Let's look at the gold. I was gonna hit stop loss maybe, but I got the stop loss in a good position though. Let's start closing some EU positions here, closing that one right there. TP is around 1.14, 1.1487, 1.1487. Time to start moving my stop loss down. Taking some profits on that one as well. Guys, remember to hit that like. Hit that like, and if you haven't subscribed to the channel already, make sure that you do subscribe to the channel. Closing another position on Euro USD here. Got one left open. Moving stops into profit, and that's it. That's the trade. So yeah, definitely made 2 major mistakes here. I'm not really sure if the first one is a mistake though, but I did exit. As you can see right here, I took these short right here, and I closed them here at I think break even. Should have been break even. You know what? Let's just close that one as well. So close that one as break even. Probably lost some money because of the commissions for that one. But the initial trade idea would have played out down here. That was a good one. That was definitely a good one. What about the gold trade? Do we still like gold? What do you guys think? Do we like gold here? Let me know in the comments. Bullish or bearish on gold? Let's take a look at the indices. Let me just take a look at. I'm gonna switch my. Switch my screen to trading view quickly. So look at the dollar here. That's a really strong move on the dollar. USD CAD moving higher as well. Okay, wow, that is looking good. Okay, sorry guys, he's gonna record a quick message. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so now let's see. Yep. Wow. Let's go back to. And you know, looking at your USD, that's a big move, right? And that was the move that I was looking for. But made some mistakes along the way and didn't really manage to get the most out of that. Now I'm thinking, do we buy or do we wait for higher prices? Maybe, you know, around this area. Start shorting around that area. What are your thoughts on Euro USD? I mean, I would probably think that a move up to this level, and I would be interested in shorting it. I'm gonna be closing the gold trade. Looks like it's breaking down. Maya says your USD is in deep discount now. So you think we're gonna get an initial move to the upside? Then if you look at the 4-hour, the problem I'm having here with Euro USD as a buy is the fact that, I mean, yes, it's probably at good support, but the issue I'm having here with Euro USD as a buy is the fact that kind of broke structure here, right? So it kind of broke structure here. Let's go back to MetaTrader. So we're looking at Euro USD here on the 1 minute. Okay, I think we have an opportunity to long EU here with a tight stop. Because now, if this level holds, the current level where I bought right now, then there is the possibility of coming up here, and then we have a very clear invalidation level right here. And isn't this traditionally what's an order block? What an order block is, right? That's the last down candle before a move to the upside or something, which would be in that area right now. And then also, if that level is confluent with the reload zone, that's a good confluence, and that's exactly what we're getting. So I'm adding a new buy position right here. Hitting that level nicely. Just want to take a look at Bitcoin quickly to see what happened on. Opening up another. I was a bit late on that one. I wanted to open it down here, but look at the spreads, guys. The spreads is we're going from like we're around 1 or 1 and 0 in spreads here on your USD, even with this volatility around the news. Okay, looking good, but if we break down here, then obviously, yeah, it is what it is. Okay, looking good, looking good, looking good. Okay, so the pressure to the downside has basically calmed down. You see how we're using that level as support right there. Let's get another position open. I'm gonna have to start closing some positions here if we move higher, because I'm in with slightly higher risk than what I would be comfortable with. So now that we've established a type of, a base here with price action, if we drop lower, then this whole region right here could be used as resistance on the way up. So if we get a breakthrough downside, maybe my stop loss is going to get hit. We have a bearish retest at the same level with confirmation of a rejection. That might be a good shorting opportunity. But for now, price is most likely establishing some type of low time frame support around this level. What's bad? What do you mean bad? Let me know what you mean with bad. By the way, guys, what are you guys trading most? Let me know in the comment section what is your most traded pair. Well, right now, yeah, the current market condition is not looking... I mean, I don't know. I think we're getting quite a lot of volatility today. I think we're getting some interesting movements. I mean, we just got this whole move right here. It's pretty impressive. Gold, yeah, gold is definitely popular. Got Monarch trading 80 USD as well. Gold and Euro GBP, and Kim says he's trading gold as well. Yeah, we got a lot of people trading gold. Gold is extremely popular. Wow, look at gold. Okay, that dropped nicely. Louis says he has took a short on oil. All right, interesting. I like how you come out after the move to downside saying that it hits sell side liquidity. Isn't that what happens before a move to the downside? But you're waiting for a long on the euro. Interesting. Monarch is short on GU. Take a look at that. All right. Yeah, that's it looks like EU is gonna follow whatever GU is doing right here. Yep, look at that. Moving lower. Probably about to stop me out here. Let's see. Good for you, man. Good for you. Made some money on the short on gold. Congratulations. Good for you. Peter is short on EU, long USD CAD. Yeah, it's probably gonna break down here. Let's take a look at USD CAD. Wow, look at that 1 hour. That is a beautiful trend. That is a beautiful trend right there. What about the 1 minute? Okay, the 1 minute. Okay, USD CAD looks good. USD CAD looks really good. I do feel, however, that I do feel like, I mean, yeah, might want to get in on the trade here. This looks really good. I like this. Let's wait a little bit. Let's see what Euro USD is going to do first. Okay, I was just about to close some positions here. I just wanted to just another push to the upside here, and I will start closing at least one of the positions here, because I feel like I'm a little bit more in with a little bit too much. I can't speak. I don't know what I'm saying. It's just, the words are just not coming out of my mouth the way I envision it to do in my brain. What I'm trying to say is, with the selling pressure coming in, I feel like I might be taking on a little bit too much risk here. So the next time I'm around break even, I'm gonna start taking some off the table. That's what I'm trying to say. GBP USD is go straight to downside. Now this is something that I want long. Now to me, this is a long. I'm gonna wait here, but I feel like I'm gonna look for some confirmation here on the 1 minute. Now this move I feel is a little bit too strong on GBP USD. And I want to see if I can get back to get back up. What's up, man? Welcome to the live stream. For those of you who are joining, we got a lot of people joining right now because we got the Saul, the CEO of the 5ers, coming on in about 10 minutes. So make sure that you do hit that like and subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. EU getting very close to that stop loss. Right, we got NASDAQ right here. This is in too much of a range. I do trade US 100 sometimes. The 5ers also see the trade stop loss. Okay, so EU is starting to get stopped out now. Gonna close that. You mean if we can go into the back end and see people's, like, yeah, we can see people's trades, of course. I can't, but I'm sure that, you know, there's someone in the back end in the office that is able to see trades. That, I think that just makes sense. I don't really think we care. Ita Paul says, yesterday, today long Goldie, not nice bro, unsubscribe from this. Thank you for comment. Appreciate the feedback. Take care. I went short on EUR USD. Yeah, Ben, that was the right decision. Should definitely have gone short myself. Although now that we have, what happened with gold? Wow, okay, that's, yep, that's a bit crazy. All right, so what I'm seeing now is obviously there's a lot of selling pressure here for EUR USD. And like I said, when I was going long here, if we break down, most likely want to short it. What about GBP USD? Let's see if I can wait for Salt to come here to give me some signals. Let's open up a short here. See if we can ride this breakdown to the downside. That's right, baby. Here we go. Never trust anyone where the market is going. Nobody knows where the market is going. And if they say they know, they have no idea about trading, and they are not trading. Okay, so that's going to be the TP for these positions. Okay, we're going short here as well. Okay, full risk in here. Not gonna try to open up any. Not gonna try to open up any more positions at this. We got the seller pressure coming in. Okay, so we got Saul in the background, and he can hear me. So if you guys hear me talk to him, it's I'm not delusional. I'm not talking to myself. I'm actually talking to to someone. So there is a. I'm just gonna send him a screenshot using this new platform, and give me a second. Right there. How can I write on this? Yep, that's right. Right, everything looks good. We see on the. You can just let me know if you're ready for me to add you. So. Yeah, I can hear you. No one else can hear you, but I can hear you. We can listen to everyone off stage. If you have that, you can have that on if you want me to be able to hear you in the background. That's like if the idea is to have. So now I'm live. And everyone can hear me, and they have no idea who I'm talking to, right? But in the backstage, sometimes the guests might want to talk to each other, or you might have a producer talking to each other while I'm live, so I can then turn that off if I want to listen or not. Yeah, it is really cool. Are you ready? All right, let's add you to here. Okay, everyone, this is Saul, the CEO of The5ers. You have a name tag. I don't even have a name. I don't have a name tag. That's cool.
You learn it.
What? Okay, yeah. Earn it. Oh man. Welcome, Saul. We got a lot of it's a big news day today.
I like the look and feel of this new platform. Well done.
Yeah, it's really professional. Really. It's professional, production quality stuff right here, and all the widget that we have on here, it's custom coded. Got the live spreads and everything. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Cool. I know there's some more feeds we want to add, where we need some APIs from the MetaTrader, but we'll get those soon. Hey guys,
That's gonna be really cool. Imagine doing a like live trading challenge and having it all updated in real time. That would be really cool. So when that is set up, we're definitely going to do another trader pool versus the 5ers, maybe a CEO versus CEO.
Yeah, I think the outcome will be similar to last time.
But the problem with that, though, like the problem if we update the P&L live, then you can't pull the same thing as you did last time. Yeah, but that was a good one. For those of you who don't remember that, we had a CEO versus CEO trading battle against Mickey, the CEO of Trader Pool, versus Saul here, the CEO of the 5ers. And I think last minute you closed like the last minute trades and won. So yeah, that was really good. What are we thinking today? Is there anything you're looking at?
Yeah.
Oh, we got Victor as well. Welcome.
Hey, Victor. I'm actually, let me know, how do I share my screen here, or you need to share it for me?
So what happens is you have to go to your in the left panel. There's something called Pro Scenes, and I'm gonna switch to yours. But it looks like this. It's gonna turn over, and then you have your screen here.
Nice. Cool. So I'm looking at both pound dollar and euro USD. I already took a couple of trades on euro USD. Let me just, over here. Let me zoom in a little bit.
Short.
I short it. Let me give you my input on this. So, we're on a key area where we're not sure yet if this is going to start reversing, and we're going to start like a selling time, or a couple of days or weeks of selling pressure, or we're just kind of going to be ranging to continue the upside last impulses and weeks of movement. In any case, the momentum has been changed from bullish to bearish, at least on these last days and weeks. We can see the 2 days ago we had strong bearish days. If we go to the hourly, it's very clear and it's very easy to spot them. This crash to the downside, and we are right now at a kind of an extreme demand. If we manage to break that one, let me go back to the dailies. If we do break this one, we go into a very weak demand areas. So if we break the current demand we're right now, there's a lot of room to go to the downside. So it's going to be key to watch today's price action and where do we close today and how volatility behaves for today. But at least for me, my bias for today, I'll keep it bearish, unless I start seeing a very strong reaction from, have the demand area, we're trading within it. If we don't see a very strong reaction of it, I'll keep my bias bearish. So what I did before we started the trading session, we had the first touch of you can see the red line, that's the top of the demand area. We reacted and I started shorting, just waiting for that was like a pullback, and I was waiting for the continuation. So I shorted and very quickly went to the profits, and now we're kind of penetrating the demand area. So as we go deeper into the demand area, and I am anticipating today we're gonna stay within the demand area and not far from it, because we have the Fed decision later today, right? So at those key areas, and we're right at the demand area, market is going to decide if we bounce off the demand area again to the upside, or we're going to break it to break it down. So I believe we're gonna stay within the range of the demand area for the rest of the day, not very far from it, because at those key areas we will have fresh either supply or demand being created based on Fed's decision today. So I've said my bias is to the downside. I'll wait to see if we have some pullbacks towards resistance areas or this 1 minute supply areas, and I'll start to sell from those areas, and we'll wait and see what opportunities we have. Very similar pattern we have on the pound, just a bit more aggressive. We have kind of a if you guys like the charts patterns, it's kind of looking like a head and shoulders or something like that. So again, we're at the very last demand area right here. Let me show it to you. Down here, back here, and if we zoom in a little bit, we can see very strong momentum to the downside. So this is a very good opportunity also to look for pullbacks towards these selling areas, and again selling from those. I think the bias is aligned both on the Euro USD and Pound USD. So I'll wait, and I'll choose one of those, and I'll start selling off either Pound Dollar or Euro Dollar. Interesting.
So I'm just as you, I've been taking short trades here on EU. Probably I didn't execute them as well as I wanted to, but I'm still short EU in a couple of positions here on EU, and I've learned a lot from you, because what I'm doing is I've watched you trade. I've looked at your goals, and this is what I have on, right? So I'm trying to okay, so we had consolidation here, and then we kind of broke down. We have a level, and now we're using that level as resistance, and I'm thinking I'm going to be short. I'm going to be biased to the downside as long as this level holds, right? And then if we start moving higher, I want to sell this. But one thing I noticed on GBP USD, look at how low we are. If you go out to the 1 hour, look at that move. Look at that 1 hour candle straight down to this level. Like this, to me, is just like my fingers are itching to go long here, because
the overextension.
The risk to reward here is Yes, so good. Yes, we can get a move to the downside, but when we're able to get an entry so close to invalidation, yeah, that contrarian trader in me really thinks, okay, this, because the risk to reward, of course, the win rate is probably going to be like 15 or 20 probably, like the probability on this, but the risk to reward, I mean, you look at it, probably a 6 or 7 or something like this. But then I'm short on EU, so I'm like, yeah, I can't go long on GU and then be short on EU at the same time, unless I have a plan to hedge the two positions, right? But that's Victor, you're probably looking at GU now. What are your thoughts on GU? What is that? Are you thinking the same thing here? Because I know that you like those high risk reward trades.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, Saul, Jonatan, everyone watching us. This is an exciting day. I mean, look at the price action. I've been waiting very patiently to say these words. I mean, this price action doesn't happen every day. So you are very aware of the heightened volatility and you're sitting on your hands, or you're sophisticated as a trader enough to trade these very tumultuous waters, I would say. To the question, the answer to the question, what am I trying to do? Yes, I see those opportunities as well, Jonatan. The market is very extended, and I burned my finger a couple of hours ago already, not a couple, but about an hour ago, trying to catch that proverbial falling knife. It failed.
Breaking down now.
It failed miserably. So I after a couple of losses, I stopped myself and said, no, well, I'm gonna go back and see. That is a not the actual strategy with quasis and order block. That's just trying to catch a very extended move and the mean reversion of it. But yes, I'm trying to see that as well. But if I go to my either both of them, GU and EU, are in a very specific area. I share that with you, Sol. I share that opinion. I think from the two, GU looks a little bit better for a bounce. But this very significant move downwards with a lot of momentum, I expect some kind of a push from current levels, and I'm gonna show my charts perhaps sometime later. But this momentum is probably, even if we have that push up, it's not going to be over. I think in order to negate that whole push down, it's going to be extremely difficult. So most likely what I expect to happen is we're going to have some kind of a rebound, because this move is way too crazy. And of course we don't know if it's going to be today, tomorrow, or on Friday. But we're going to have, most likely we're going to have some volatile, some aggressive move upwards. But after that, I don't expect that that rebound, that bounce to be negating the whole movement. So I expect this to change market structure for some time to come.
Okay, so you're saying that this is not, you don't think this is a temporary move to the downside. You think this is a start of something potentially bigger?
I think the momentum, because how does this get reversed? It's by the whole move on the higher time frame, on the daily and the weekly, needs to be negated, right? So you need to engulf it. You need to show even bigger buying power, and that's this is already, if I check my my ATR readings on let's say on EU, we're at 300 on the week, and the average is 190, and it's only Wednesday. We haven't seen.
What was that sound? Did you guys hear that sound?
No, I didn't.
Weird. Okay, never mind.
What kind of sound was it?
It's like alarm sound.
I don't think it's. I can't hear it.
Oh, that's. I have this new settings on financial juice, and I got into settings, and I chose when there's a new headline, there's like a alarm sound, and it sounds like a proper alarm. So I've been sitting here trading all the time, and like, what is happening? What's that sound? But that's because there's headlines. Okay, so yeah, okay, guys. So the trades I took on EU here, shorted this, obviously shorted this whole move to downside, and I'm gonna close it now because that white level right here, that one right here was my initial target for this whole move to the downside. As you can
Well
see,
done.
way too many trades though, and this is the problem when I'm scalping. It's like I shorted here. Okay, this was my first short. So shorted here, bought back here, shorted here, bought back here, shorted, bought, and then I bought here for some reason and went short again. And it's like, and I look at my peanut, I'm not even sure I made money on this. Like that's how bad this was. It looks good, but with the commissions and everything, I'm not even sure I made money on this.
Yes. What I was saying was, if we look at the weekly candle, we're only on the third day, and it's not even over yet. On the third day of the week, basically we're halfway through, and the biggest news of the week, NFP, still has to come. And if we look at the European, the EU candles, maybe I should show my chart that speaks a little bit better.
We can't forget about Sol though. We're just having I feel like we're just having a very interesting conversation here. But I also want to make sure that
actually
we only have him for 1 hour every other week, and it's like.
Actually, so I would like to ask you, from those two pairs, EU, GU, we both trade these very often. Which one do you prefer? Which one has the most opportunity, either side, going long or short, do you think?
Yeah, first I was enjoying your conversation. I'm waiting, for the self to present, so I'm not trading at the moment. I think the momentum is stronger to the downside on GBP USD than Euro USD. I'm fine trading each of them. I'll trade the first one that comes to a key area to short it or something like that. So, but I'm happy with the volatility on pound USD. I don't think the overextension has anything to. It's good to have it in mind, but that shouldn't be a reason for me to not short it. The same fact, even when it was at 200 pips, it was already overextended, and then increased to 220, 250, 280, now 300, and there's no reason why it couldn't go to 330, 350, and so on. So as long as
switch
there's
over
no...
to your screen, Sol. Just quickly switch over, and I'll be back in just a bit. Okay.
Yeah. So as long as it doesn't, there's no clear signs of reversal or stop, I'll continue with the current momentum, which is currently to the downside. And again, keep it in mind, we have the Fed later today, and that might be the pivot point for the whole momentum. But until then, I'm comfortable trading short both Euro USD and Pound USD. I do recognize volatility is better in the pound, so I'll wait for a pullback towards this previous area, and I'll start shorting from there.
Yeah, I totally agree. The momentum, as long as there's momentum, as long as the market is clearly a seller's market, there's no reason to the extension doesn't tell us when it's going to revert back. It just means that some time in the future it will revert, but that can be next week, that can be many sessions from now, and in the meantime we lose, our stops will get hit probably. So I do agree on that. And you say pound has more volatility, more aggression to the downside. In terms of the supplies or the areas, the supply and demand areas you have put in on EU and GU, is there any difference, or are they the same? Are they just expressing dollar strength, and it doesn't really matter which one we choose?
Yeah, I think that's correct. It seems like the mover now, it's the dollar. It doesn't look that. It looks like the movement is being caused by dollar and not euro or pound. So it's quite similar on both charts.
Yeah, I see that as well. So extension and overextension is not a reason for you to consider it, but is it a factor? Do you think that your probabilities change if something is overextended and you see some deceleration and perhaps some reversals on the lower time frame, perhaps, or some reaction? Do you take into account the fact that it's overextended, maybe with your targets or something along those lines?
So let me give you the example. Okay, so at this point there was already overextension. So the overextension only brings the pullback. Okay, the pullback, and the pullback is my opportunity to rejoin the selling, the selling position. So that's why I sold there, and then we continue to the downside. This is already overextended, so we had a pullback, and then there's a continuation. Now this is already overextended, we're pulling back right now. So each time there's a pullback like that, we have the opportunity to start shorting. So let's see if we can build our short position. I'm a bit early, so I want to wait for this to go a bit higher. Hopefully we get there. Same for Euro USD. So let's wait a couple of more candles to see if we get a better entry point. Hopefully I don't miss it. Sometimes waiting for that precise entry point, you end up missing the whole setup. Looks like Euro. Looks like Euro USD did pull back a bit more. Let's see. Okay, so we're getting into the zone. Let's see price action around that area. Hopefully we don't get a very aggressive momentum to the upside. It's still not there.
I'm getting in on the short here on EU as well.
So this candle is crucial because right now we want to start seeing deceleration. So I don't want to start seeing momentum building to the upside. So I like that one. More pips.
TP nice. Almost hit.
I got in right at the very top of that move.
Wow. That's a very beautiful outside bar in the making.
There you go. So that was 3 more. So these are trades for today's session. Like the previous trading room and the three of them. And this is it, right? Like every time there's a pullback like that, to keep doing the same. So on the pound, I would have missed the entry. So I'm glad I took it on Euro. And now again, I keep reading if this continues to the downside and creates a new selling area, and then I wait for the market to go back there, and I sell again. So this similar to previous setup, same setup again. As long as we continue this momentum to the downside, I'm happy shorting. So I'll wait now.
You make it look very easy, Saul.
When it goes straight to your TP, it is easy, right? It gets complicated when it doesn't go to your TP, and you need to start like managing and adding and reducing size and adding size. But when you get it and goes to your TP, then yeah, it looks easy. But many times, and you've seen me, when it goes against you, and then when you need to start fixing things, then it gets more complicated.
Yeah. Indeed, you're comfortable. Is the area on the higher time frame, let's say on the H4, H2, H1? To me, we are currently in a demand area, right? In a intersection where the market is going to either break and continue lower or reverse from. But you're perfectly comfortable going short at a higher time frame area where we could see some positive reaction, some bullish reaction.
If I was trading off the one hour chart, then I would be buying, right? I could be buying and placing my stop loss here and waiting for the retracement to come on the hours. But when I go to the 5-minute chart and 1-minute chart, then the reaction of the demand area from the hourly charts, it's only the pullback I'm waiting for me to be able to short on the lower time frames. You know what I mean?
I see.
So
Yes.
I'm
I see
not
that.
looking to wait for hourly movements. I just want to get in and out of the market. So
I understand. Yeah, Jonatan, you said you're shorting here. Are you also going for a scalp like Saul is going for a couple of pips, or are you looking for a much extended move?
I just got out of that one. I took basically what I did was I watched Saul and then I followed him and I closed it. Now, but what I did was the same idea. Got a little bit of a better entry and then I closed it when he actually closed it. So yeah.
You use the Saul as an indicator.
Yeah, exactly. The Saul indicator. Now I'm short on GBP. GBP USD.
yeah, we're
Yeah,
also looking for shorting.
Okay. Personally, I maybe I need to work on it, but I don't feel comfortable shorting where we are right now, unless we first break the area on the higher time frame and then come back to retest it as a supply zone now, and then we continue. But that's again because of obviously I trade from the higher time frame, from the hourlies, and typically I'm not going for just a couple of pips. I'm looking for a couple of dozens of pips. So I suppose it has all to do with that. But it is the market, the moves we've had starting actually from the open during Asian session Monday. It's being just almost one-sided. There has been, for someone for a mean reverting trader, they were on the side or they were very hurtful now because the market has not been reverting to the mean at all since Monday.
I'm okay. So I closed that GBP USD trade, and I'm looking at my history for today, and it's ridiculous. And then I look at I'm like, wow, that's a lot of trades. There's a lot of winners. And I look at the profit, and it's like $55, and I paid $17 in commission for this. So yeah, sure. It's profitable. How many trades? I don't know. Maybe 30, 40.
Wow, that's quite active.
Yeah, a bit too much. But
these are scalps, or you're trying to catch a bigger move here?
Well, I started off swing trading like I'm supposed to, but then we got this volatility, and we got the fairly clean 1 minute moves. Like we had such clean trends ever since like the GDP numbers came out, which is actually only 20 minutes ago, but still, no, like 1 hour ago, I believe, right? We had just very good trends in 1 minute, so I think that's where most of the trades were placed.
Yeah, but no doubt the commissions make scalping a non-effective way of trading, right? Really.
Yeah, it's fun, It is fun. You just gotta make sure that you risk small, and you make sure that when you get a string of losses, it's not a big deal. It's not gonna affect it too much, and it is fun because it's interesting with trading when you compare, day trading with scalping and swing trading. It's like different worlds. It's completely different things. So if someone says, okay, I'm a trader, that doesn't really mean much. But if he says, okay, I'm a scalper, then I know what type of trader that person is. And a swing trader is completely different. It's two completely different worlds, basically. Because when I'm scalping, it's not like I don't really look at when I'm swing trading, there's a lot of I try to make a story based on what I think the market might do in the next days or maybe the next weeks, based on like high time frame analysis and different indicators and maybe fundamentals. But scalping for me, it's just level to level, a very simple level to level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at
Just
GBP
yeah,
USD.
what you're looking at.
When I'm looking at GBP USD now, I don't know what charts are you on right now. That's so GBP USD now, what I'm seeing now is slight, like it's a pause. You have a pause in that 1 minute move. We did break below initially that, a while ago I talked about that level. We're below that level. It still feels like sellers have control here, but I mean, there's a pause here. Maybe it's time for this move to kind of take a breather and regain some of its losses. I don't know, like nobody knows obviously, but no, there's a lot of selling pressure in here.
Yeah, we had a pause back here and a pause back here, and now a pause, and every time we've been continue, breaking down. And you know what? We can do an exercise. This movement right here, this impulse, was more aggressive, was larger than from. Let me mark it. Let me try. Hopefully, I won't overcomplicate things. But from this rest to the next rest, we had like 20 pips, and then from this rest to this rest, we had 17 pips. So a bit shorter, but kind of similar distance, so similar strength. So I think the momentum is still there, even if it was a bit shorter and the pause came earlier. There's still a lot of momentum behind it, and we can see each time, we're attempting to pull back, or we had a nice bullish candle and all of that, it just gets rejected. So as long as we don't see clear signs of this ready to reverse, I'm still keen on going short.
Just a note, if you look at the news widget here that we have on the right of the screen, we see that Trump is tweeting, and he's saying that he sent GDP just out 3%, way better than expected, and then he says too late, must now lower rate. For those of you who don't know, too late is Trump's nickname for Powell. It's just insane. So he says too late, must now lower rate. No inflation, let people buy and refinance their home. He really wants Powell to lower their interest rates. That's probably not going to be happening today, but I've never seen such a battle between the Fed and a sitting president. Like this is it's not unheard of. I mean, it has happened, but he's really pushing.
Yeah, but the forecast is to keep the same rates, right? Not to reduce them.
Yeah, I mean, Powell's not gonna lower rate. I mean, he had a press conference last week with Trump. Trump visited the Fed and talked about the rebuilding
the buildings.
Yeah, the buildings, right? The renovation and how much they cost. And Powell's just shaking his head and is looking at Trump like he's stupid, and like he's not gonna. Sure, I mean, lowering rates here might be a good short term for risk assets, right? But then you look long term. What if the tariffs are adding to inflation in a way that we didn't expect? Then obviously, I don't know. I think it's a political play, and I think Powell's doing the right thing of not being influenced by too influenced by Trump, because it's short-term politics, and that's not good for the economy long term, obviously. And then at the end, the long term, like the long end yield of the bond market, they're going to be priced in by the supply and demand, by the market. So it doesn't really matter if Powell is lowering interest rates short term, because the long term interest rate is going to be set by the forces of supply and demand anyway, which it's just sometimes I think like maybe he doesn't understand finance, But we'll see what happens. Interesting time.
He does understand how to play the crowd, though.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very entertaining.
He is. He's pushing everyone's buttons. He's moving the market. He's he creates the volatility. I mean, only Trump can do this.
Yeah, it's definitely creating scenarios where it creates interesting scenarios for traders. I mean, I remember as soon as he got elected, we had a very different trading environment, because he started tweeting right away, and it started, with the tariffs and everything, and we got news like every other week or every week, and sometimes several days in a week, where that it really moved the market. So I think the trading environment has definitely changed in a way that I think maybe is good for some traders and not as good for others. I did see that my swing trading did suffer quite a lot, because I had like the most beautiful daily trend, and then Trump tweeted and the market moved like 200 pips, which is just crazy. Yeah.
But he brings volatility to the market, right? So
yeah, and that's how we make money. Like volatility. Without volatility, we wouldn't be able to make any money.
Yeah,
that is absolutely true. Although, as long I don't like, well, obviously I didn't catch this move down. I don't mean obviously I didn't catch it, but in this case I didn't catch it, and I'm not enjoying it because I'm waiting for price to go back to get to some supply area, meaning EU or GU, and that didn't happen these couple of days. Big moves, and I can't participate. I have to sit on my hands and just wait for the market to do, push back to get in a trade. So I like the volatility that Trump brings, but as long as it's not like this, like one-sided, unless I'm in it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Of course.
I'm looking at pound franc. It's not dollar franc. It's not usually a pair I trade, but I just like how it's evolving. It looks like it's gaining momentum to the upside. If you look at the hourly charts, we have big pushes to the upside, and the current one has been also massive, aligning to the other ones. 5-minute chart is just overextended. We are at let's see if we can catch it. The supply area right here. So I'm expecting it to pause or to reverse a little bit from that area, but this is mid-range, and the extreme range is. I think we're targeting the extreme supply up there. So I'm waiting for a pullback on the 5-minute chart. Let me work that. Of course, we have this kind of have the support, but I'm not sure it's going to hold. But if we go lower to the demand area down here, I think it would be a good opportunity to buy from that demand area. And if not, probably there, but it's a bit far. So I think it's aligned to the Euro USD and Pound USD. It's only buying opportunity, but I think there's also opportunities of going long on dollar franc, and there's nice volatility, and there's enough pips between pivot point and pivot point to make money. So I'll keep an eye open also on dollar franc. So I have dollar franc, pound dollar, and the euro dollar.
As I opening a short here on GBP USD, I feel like it's close to where it might break. Breaks. Yeah.
Nice.
Like it's close to where it might break structure here. So close to invalidation. So I mean, if it gets above like 133.060, so yeah, around 0.60. If it gets above that level, I think the move that we've seen here might actually come to a pause, or come to a at least temporarily pause. But so as the closer we get to that level, the more interested I would be in shorting.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna share that trade?
You want to show you? Oh, you want to share? Okay, I thought you want to.
No, for you to show your trade. If you want.
Yeah. thought I heard like you want to bet on that. You said, I'm like, wait a minute, what are you saying? You want to bet on that? Like you're gonna go against me? Please don't do that. We're gonna close it immediately.
I'll go long. I'll go long. If you're short, I'll go long.
Yeah, no. So this is trade. So got the invalidation. Is looking for a move back down to the local low here. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Okay, looking good. Gonna be moving that stop loss down here. Now I'm gonna close it here. Okay. Okay, I'm out.
You had a little profit there, right?
Good. I got a lot. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what's that? Is that what is that? Okay, that's the okay. 4, 5, 6. Well, 7 wins in a row.
Nice.
Should have held that open. Should have like that's the thing when I'm trading like this. I'm closing the trades way too early. Closing the trades way too early because if this truly breaks down, that would be a really good short.
Yeah, but you never know if it's going to break, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
We've been there trying to catch the breakout and we get caught. So
it comes with I think with it goes hand in hand, right? That 7 in a row is because you're taking profits very quickly, and if you were to hold them longer, you may not have such a streak, right? So we can't have
we're breaking down here. I mean, we're traded below these lows. I think we're gonna go lower here. There's a lot of selling momentum here, and you look at the trend here. Now, what we looked at potential, pause of the trend. Now it's actually very clear lower lows and lower highs and lower lows. So for me, I feel like this is. You can also see that every time we get a big move to the upside, we immediately start selling off. So
look,
I feel like
it's trading at the bottom of the demand area, right? The pound USD. So that's a good moment for it to reverse. Otherwise, there's like a cliff below it.
Yeah. This short.
Actually, what pair is that?
GBP USD EU pound dollar. Yeah. I just need another small push to the downside so I can secure this position. Just gonna move my stop loss up here just to have a stop loss in.
You shorted again?
Yeah.
Well done, Jonatan.
Yeah, it looks like it's potentially breaking down here. You just need to just a couple of ticks down below that previous wick low here. Then I think we're moving lower. Yeah. Okay. So we're to move lower. Bit risky here though. I'm not getting that. If it truly breaks down, we want that volume to come in and really push price down significantly in like 1 minute candle. And if that doesn't happen, like obviously I don't want to be staying below in this area for too long.
Let's see.
In terms of the time of the day, I would expect the reversal not to come in yet. I would expect that to wait for a little longer, maybe another 2 hours or so. But of course that's the average. It doesn't always happen that way. And not only that, today we have FOMC later on, so that might change as well when the market starts to ebb and retrace and fade the move it made today.
Yeah, we had the US Open, so
I gotta close it here. No, I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, okay, so let's wait until that.
add into it, Jonatan.
I'm not gonna close it too early.
It is a sensitive area.
Do we have to look at my screen?
We're adding the pressure. We're reality TV.
Let's see if we can get that push. I mean,
this is not Big Brother. This is big market maker.
big lots, big lots.
Big lots.
Okay, even if we get a little gap there, if we get a little gap to the downside there in the 1 minute. Okay, we are definitely gonna break down now. Yeah, okay, that looks good. Come on. Yeah, but we need a bigger push. Like this is just, I feel like this is just. There's too much indecision here. We need a move like this, like these two 1 minute candle. There we go. That's the candle I want. Okay, so we got 30 seconds. 30 seconds for this to close where it is right now. And if we can't get that, if we start trading above the level again, I gotta close this trade. If we
you gonna keep in there, or you gonna close it manually?
Should probably close this one manually. It would be good to get that back to break even on this account, but that's not a good reason to keep the trade open.
You know what's tricky? You don't have any price action to the left of it, right? It's very old, the last price action on the left, so it's tricky to know how long it's going to go, like to set a take profit or so. That's what it makes it challenging on knowing when to.
It does make it challenging, and therefore I'm thinking, the most logical. That's not what I want to see. So now what I'm looking at is obviously we've got now we have a new level to watch, which I'm looking at as this. So now as long as this area can hold that resistance, I'm happy to keep the trade open, but I don't want price to go above, so I'm just placing a stop loss up here just to make sure that because in a market like this there might be a sudden surge of volatility. And now there's this sound again. Where's that sound coming from? Did you hear it now?
No, I didn't.
Wow,
so maybe,
I feel like I'm turning.
Maybe our desktop notifications from my computer.
No, it's definitely my computer, because it's oh wait, do you have, what's your notification sound like? Gotta make it short out of that one. That's beautiful. Gotta make a sound, like a sound out of that. No, I think it's my news news squawk service that I have.
There was one Bank of Canada rate decision. Maybe that
it came out. Yeah, exactly. It came out right now, and you can see it on the live on the screen here as well. See the Bank of Canada rate decision, 2.75 forecast, 2.75. So as expected. I think that's where the alert comes from. So apparently I've got some type of alert system where it makes a crazy alarm sound whenever there's a high impact news event, which is a good thing. It's just that I get scared because it's a crazy sound.
You gotta know what it is for it to alarm you to something.
This is interesting. Bank of Canada says that risk of a severe and escalating global trade conflict has diminished since April. And I guess that's kind of like what everyone was expecting, but it's interesting to hear from the Bank of Canada coming out and saying that, and that's, I guess that's what we're thinking as well. And you can kind of look at that as the way that the S&P 500 recovered after that dump in April as well.
How long you're gonna hold your position, Jonatan?
So right now, the move to the downside is, you know what, I'm going to close it right here. So, yeah, okay, good. Good day.
Hi.
Good day.
Yeah, it really feels like volatility is just out.
Yeah, because you look at the moves here on GU, you had like one big move to the downside, small push to the upside, and then every move to the downside was, a straight move to the downside, and then the moves to the downside became shorter in duration, and then you started consolidating here, move to the downside, and yeah, I mean, anything can happen, but you look at this, and obviously, I think for me, the best entry is here, and then the end of that impulsive move was kind of like down here. So the best trading environment would probably be, you know, between here and there. So but yeah, that was like a solid 30 minutes or so of really good price action on the 1 minute.
Yeah, like last candles, you know, the size of the candles has been just shrinking. Like,
But then look at the 1 hour. This is impressive. Like this is to me, looking at the 1 hour, there's
Still fuel, you mean?
yeah, and also we have that level. So what I'm thinking on the lower time frames, of course, we might have a correction here, but this level, if we zoom out maybe to the 15 minute, I mean, a rejection here might be the start of that bigger move to the downside. Because again, if we go out and we look at the daily, this to me, what I'm seeing here is like we get high time frame accumulation here. And it's not that clear on GU, but it's very clear on Euro USD. And obviously they trade very correlated to each other. But here you have, at least on EU, you have a very clear high time frame accumulation here. But then distribution would obviously be like this distribution range up here. And we have that trending move between these. Now the distribution range on GU and EU looks almost identical. And now you're breaking down that low, and we're trading below levels that we haven't seen since the beginning of May, I believe. So, or the beginning of June at least. So it's kind of like maybe we're exiting accumulation range. I mean a distribution range. And if that's the case, the move's just getting started. So a rejection here within this zone, and I might find myself in a new short that it could be holding for longer.
Jonatan, look at the monthly time frame and consider that monthly is going to close tomorrow. Take a look at the monthly on GU.
I don't even know where.
There.
Where do I find the monthly?
And that's the monthly.
Time frames. Monthly. Okay.
Is that a monthly or is that a weekly? I think you have it on the weekly.
Oh, this is the monthly.
Is it?
Yeah, this is the weekly.
Okay, no problem. So look at the monthly and you'll see on EU how you have a...
Wow, this is the last day, isn't it?
Yeah, tomorrow is the last day, right? And if you zoom in, you'll see that it's an outside bar in the making, meaning that everyone who, all those trap traders that were buying the position traders who were buying that breakout, if they have position trading, having long stops in the market, they're likely now realizing that they're stuck. Their positions are not going to be closed anymore in profits. They need to start looking for the defense. Where do they offload their positions? And the more market goes lower, the more in pain they are. And sooner or later, if they haven't been taken out yet, they'll be forced to be taken out. So I see that, and that's a very different price action that we have seen from all the previous candles. See, all those, we had what 5 months of solid gains on that monthly chart, and from that bullishness going up, breaking the previous high, all of that. This month is probably going to be closing as a bearish outside bar, very negative, very bearish sign for breaking the trend in the character of the market, so to speak.
Yeah, and for everyone watching here, if you want some homework for the weekend, look at GBP USD or actually any other forex pair, and then you go and you backtest this, and it's fairly easy because you can look at the monthly and you can get a fairly wide range of trading data over a long period of time in a fairly short amount of time. So you can probably spend 2 hours on this, and you're going to get probably a span of 10 years of trading data. So go out, look at GBP USD or Euro USD, look for a monthly outside bar or a bearish engulfing candle. Now, an outside bar is a bar that actually Actually, it's the same, but we like to call the outside bar is when the whole trading range of this bar covers the whole trading range of the previous bar, which is also pretty much a bearish engulfing candle. But look for that and then see how many pips does the price move to the downside if it's a bearish candle and to the upside if it's a bullish candle, and then you see if you find a pattern. And I could almost guarantee that you will find a lot of situation where you have a bearish engulfing candle like this one and price is not going to move 10 pips to the downside or 20 pips to the downside. It's going to move quite significantly to the downside before invalidating that candle. You have a scenario where that doesn't happen right here. Next candle was bullish and then it moved higher, but a lot of times when it happens, you'll see on the month at least, you'll see that you can definitely create an edge based on that. And the cool thing about that is it happens once a month, so you can be very patient. You know exactly when it happens, but there's definitely some edge in trying these things, right? You gotta ask yourself a simple question: if there's a monthly bearish engulfing candle, what is the odds of price moving 50 pips to the downside before invalidating that candle in the beginning of the next month? And I've done the testing and I can definitely say that there is some very interesting patterns to be found there.
So has the market shown you anything that elevates your appetite?
Nothing, to be honest. The movement Jonatan was looking for is happening right now to the downside.
No. No. I closed it too early.
It really is breaking the demand area.
Yeah, it is.
So,
I would you say? Are you expecting? Do you have any indication if this is going to be a clean break or is just a sweep of liquidity, as some people call it?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? But it's gaining momentum. Like I'm looking at pound dollar, euro USD is not there yet, but pound USD is gaining momentum. So we had the slowliness before, and now it's just kind of breaking to the downside. Still not huge candles or something, but it's looking persistent.
I don't think it looks, I don't think it's very likely, but I'm looking at 1.32570-ish for a target of this move. Because if you look at the 4 hour and we zoom out, that's the low of this range. And I feel like the fact that we didn't bounce up here means we're now inside that previous range. There's no reaction whatsoever almost. Well, there was, the initial reaction right here to that range highs. Then we broke down. We're now within that previous range, and the range low of that previous range is down here. So it seems it's a long way down there. It seems highly unlikely, but the risk to reward on a trade like this, we're talking about potential retest of that level, right? And then we get these highs as invalidation. So yeah, I'm tempted to take that trade, but it's getting late, and I don't feel like I want to be in a trade like this if I'm not actively watching the charts.
Yeah, and also it's only happening on pound. Euro is not breaking the same way, and dollar franc that I was looking also is also not breaking the same way. So it's only on pound USD, which makes me wonder what is causing that movement, right?
Well, the UK economy seems incredibly weak, and has been so, I believe, for quite some time. So maybe some fundamentals at play here, or it's just the fact that Euro USD is it's kind of lagging behind in a sense. But I don't know. Obviously,
looks very, very weak nonetheless. And actually,
about this.
Both of them, EU and GU, look very, very weak. They're overextended. And if we look at the euro pound, that one is also has been overextended. So not only EU and GU on the dollar side are overextended in terms of the ranges that they typically have, but also EU and GU in comparison, one against another. EU has been extremely weak, right? Almost, let me check. I think I had a number how it compares to normally the ranges. I had it here.
Yeah, right now Euro USD is reversing, dollar franc is reversing, and pound is pushing down. So kind of the correlation kind of paused for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yes, we can see the on euro pound, the this week it has gone 140 pips almost, and normal weeks it's about 86. So we're only 3 days into it, but euro pound has been almost, what is it? This is like 170% what it normally does in the whole week. And that's euro being way weaker, while both of them are already very weak. So that means that the euro has been very weak against these two pairs that we're comparing them with.
Okay, guys, I don't think I'm gonna get any other trade at this point.
You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yep. Yeah, can't really find any more trades, and we're getting to the end of the live stream. So I guess all that is left to do is to thank you all for joining us here today, and thank you Saul, and thank you Victor for joining us in this live stream. And also, of course, guys, make sure that you do go into the link that we have in the pinned comment and in the description of the video. We're doing a giveaway tomorrow to celebrate the fact that we hit 80,000 subscribers on the channel. So make sure you go in and do that. And if you're not subscribed, you know what to do. Click that subscribe. And on that note, anything else you guys want to share before we end this?
Thank you, guys. Always fun. We had the 2 successful setups. It was good to show them and trade them together. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Thanks for coming. Thanks for staying. Thank you, Jonatan and Victor.
All right,
thank you, Saul. It's a privilege and an honor always to have you here. We learn a lot from you, and Jonatan is getting better at these scalps, so it's helping us in many ways. Thank you, Saul, and everyone watching. Thank you for today, and back to you, Jonatan.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
Thank you, guys.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.